Alrighty, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all. Welcome to another London session live stream. So here we are with our regular pairs, GJ and USD CAD. And, could we expect some volatility? Could we expect, other events that are occurring to manipulate the markets or to somehow divert, the technicals? We're going to have to see. But for the moment, we do anticipate, a range within both pairs. It is a holiday for CAD, for Canada and USA. Thus, we do see the bank holidays for today. But again, USD CAD is still moving. It does not mean that the pair won't move or shift, right? So we can still take a look at that, and we'll take a look at the current range that USD CAD is in. However, let's track GJ for now. So GJ opened up with a near, how many pips was this? About, where did it open up? Right here. So 60 plus pips, right? So around 60, yes, around 60 pips of a gap. And then, let's see. So it closed up here. This is a larger range that I have drawn here, but we're not needing to look at that for now. But we could see that now, since GJ has been locked in to kind of this range, at least the 1-to-1 in the second, approaching the second touch, we could anticipate that the gap here, right, closes off with this top end touch to the price touching the top end of this range that we've drawn out, potential range, and it's another 24 pips above. So another 24 pips above is where the price would close the gap after the opening for GJ. Currently, it is tapping the EMA. That's the 15-minute EMA. We did pass the 5-minute EMA, sorry, and 30 as well. The 1 hour is probably below. Yep. So everything else is below the price. But again, because of the gap here, that can be our certainty that the price can move up. Look on the 4 hour, you can see now there's a clear range here. Whether the price comes up above here and closes and the gap here and moves, continues up, we'll have to see. But as far as this current range, we'll also have to see whether price respects this range right here. It's for the second touch, and then for the third touch we can see. But we're definitely I'm definitely gonna wait out and see what happens once price reaches here, just because of uncertainty over if this is an actual range, because it did price gapped and then place itself in this range. But will it be a full 3-to-3 touch range prior to it maybe going above or below this exact range? Or does price come up here and fills the gap here? Could continue up. There's a larger range above here, but could it respect it, come back here? Right, let me just move that here. So technically it'll be right here where the gap closes. So let me actually draw a ray here so it's more indicative. Right here. So could price potentially reach up here before it drops back down in this range, right? So if this is the 15-minute range, or you can even classify this in the 4 hour here as well, that it has range. So there could be a 4 hour candle that, this current 4 hour candle that can be explosive and maybe create, not only close the gap here, but create a wick above here and then push back down. But if we're looking on the smaller time frames, yeah, this range is being respected on even the 2 hour, 1 hour, and even the all the way down, right? You can see that this is being respected. So we're gonna have to be very careful here. Of course, yes, there is the the ongoing situation between Israel and Palestine right now. So we'll have to definitely be active and see could that just completely destroy a range or a setup that we may have So we have to be active with that as well. But yes, the markets have opened up with gaps, all throughout, right? USD CAD here, where the USD CAD opened up here. So I don't think there was a gap for USD CAD, however. Let's see. Actually, there was a slight gap. But it already filled that up right here. So this was what? Yeah, a couple pips. That's not bad for USD CAD. But nonetheless, you can definitely see that, there could be explosive moves out of nowhere because of that situation. And that's, the thing about, I guess, Forex trading or any type of trading. But generally, you have to be careful in such of those events. These are where fundamentals can play a damning role, going against you, right? And so stop losses are vital, but even slippage, can occur. So definitely, I would say be very, very cautious this week when you are trading any pair. Be very cautious, be very alert because there could be a fundamental aspect this week that may not be, the normal fundamental events that we have just because of the surrounding situation in and around Israel and Palestine, right? We do have the ongoing, Ukraine-Russian war, but that situation seems to be more tame than the current situation with Israel. And so be very, very cautious. I may personally take less setups this week as well, just because of that. If we are in a setup and something happens, we could be wiped out in seconds, right? So be very careful, be very cautious of which setups you get into. I would say just be, make sure you follow all your rules. And if you are planning on taking less setups because of that, that's a perfect situation. But again, we don't know whether that situation lasts, a few days, a day, a week, 2 weeks. So that's why it's going to be a very interesting time, for all day traders in terms of, what occurs at what time. But let's see. Let's keep at pace. Let's take a look at some of the fundamentals. Yes, it is going to be. There was a sluggish week, a week and was it 2 weeks ago? That whole week, pretty much until the end. Last week, early on, picked up, late last week or mid to late last week, and so we're starting off the second week of the month, and we do have again. So there's obviously a holiday for USD and CAD, as I mentioned earlier. Some media impact news, going on to Tuesday, and then Wednesday. Yes, we have the PPI exactly. So that's right after New York opening. USD FOMC exactly the same day. So Wednesday is going to be an interesting day. Then we got GEP on Thursday, and then yes, CPI on Thursday as well. Got some news for the Chinese currency here, and Friday GP as well. So so we have a full-on week of fundamental events, and of course the ongoing situation as well. So it's going to create a lot of chaos in the markets potentially, right? Maybe swing trades may not be the most suitable unless, of course, you understand fundamentals to a higher level and you play with that. But generally speaking, I'm going to, most likely trade less setups this week. But again, if everything's forming and we are well aware of the situation on an ongoing basis, if you have like maybe something where you're tracking it in real time before mainstream media catches on, or, or anything that can shake up the markets on a real level, and you're well aware, you have maybe, certain sources where you may find it earlier that could potentially save you. So just be careful this week. That's all I'm going to say. Be cautious, be careful. Am I in a trade looking into? Yes. So I am looking for a couple setups here. So GJ is in a range here. So I'm looking for GJ to reach the top end of this range. Again, this range would be valid to trade once it hits this area, and again could wick And then I'm looking for, setting sell stops once it's above on, at least 10 pips at least. Normally, I would look for less pips above the range, but because of the situation and as well as this gap that GG opened up with, there was a 60 pip gap that it opened up with, so it could look to close up here before it comes back down, right? But this is the drawn out range. That's a potential range that could respect it. And what we could look at is something like this, right? Where it comes up here, maybe wicks up here, respects it, comes back down, respects here, and then comes up here, and then goes on to the gap area. But again, it doesn't mean that the current, right? Let's bring it all the way back here. It doesn't mean that this, once price reaches here, it doesn't mean that this cannot go up and fill the gap here by itself, right? But if it can reach here, it can certainly reach up here as well, right? Because again, this is the larger range that we're looking at above here. So looking at price to reach up here to the top end of the range, gonna give it some breathing room because there is a risk that it could close up the gap and push up here. So I'm gonna wait, give it enough room, and at that point I could set sell stops here for the push down. But certainly I'm gonna give it more breathing room than normal. And then see, that's one thing. And then for USD CAD, we can see that it's in this current range here. However, so let's take a look at this. So we can look at the 1-to-1, the second-to-second touch. We could see an EMA up here as well. So that's good placement, 1 hour EMA as well. So we could definitely see that USD CAD can reach above. So I am looking for buys on USD CAD once it reaches the bottom end here. But I'm also looking at the fact that, right, let me just show you the range here. So it's what, 35, 36 pip range. Again, USD CAD could move slower because of the, bank holidays for both USA and Canada today. But again, it has been moving here, right? So it doesn't always mean that the pairs won't move if they both have, if they're both, the banks are closed. But I mean, look, it still moved, how many pips here? It moved 35 pips down here as well when it opened up. Pushed up here, pushed it down, and now it's pushing up. So it could also be in this smaller range here, which is what I'm looking at here, where price can come up here. Right, you can see now the 15-minute EMA is being respected here. Price could be respecting this range as well. But again, the direction up here, upwards, let me just take a look here. So let's see how long this range is. This is what, 20 pips? So not a bad range certainly not a bad range for USD CAD. So I'll definitely look for the buy stops here. And I'm going to trade the smaller range. Now, the good thing about the smaller range here, or the upward direction, the buys here, is because now look, you're looking at the buys on the smaller range as well as the larger range. You're looking at the buys as well. So this is a really good buy stop here that we can place here in anticipation that it can reach the top end of the smaller range. But at the same time, it can also be pushing to the larger range within this range, right? So this would be a great setup here for the buy stop. So I'm going to put up a trade idea here. Again, GJ is not fully set up yet, so I'm still waiting for GJ to reach the top here. But still has some time. For USD CAD now, we're going to look for the buy stops here. What is this? 136,420. So again, this is an idea right now, so it's not final, but I'm looking for price to push below that so I can set the buy stops. The 136,400. Let's do that, and then I can adjust it. Right, so I'm looking for price to push past this area, right, somewhere down here, wick here, so I can catch it at what, 400, or we can do 420 actually. Yeah, let's do 420. That'll be a good push here. 420. Yeah, so put price to push down here to kind of come down here, and then I could set the Buy stops at 420 for the complete push up to the top end of the smaller range, and then I'll let close up, some of the close up maybe 50% and let the runners run to the top end of this range. Do you only trade Forex or also in indices? Yes, I only trade these two Forex pairs and gold on the larger ranges. So gold is only trade on the larger ranges, but smaller ranges I only trade two Forex pairs, which are GJ, so GP JPY, and USD CAD. These are the only two pairs that I trade for Forex, and gold on the larger ranges. I do not trade indices. I have previously, but I've seen a tendency that the range ideology, the strategy system that I put together works best with Forex pairs, and with indices or gold, it's better on the larger ranges, right? So if you apply the range ideology on the larger ranges for gold and indices, you'll have a better chance of having more success. For the scalping, I'll leave that to the Forex pairs personally, right? Alrighty, so this would be the setup here. Let's see, what is it? 19. We can even do it 18 pips. That's not bad. So 420 would be, again, it's just in a trade idea right now, so I'm not setting it yet. I'm waiting for the price to break below our potential entry point, right? And it'll be for 19. We can even do it 18 pips. So it'll be 18 pips. That's a pretty comfortable. Okay, so 18 pips here. And 420 here. Let's bring it down to 420. Yeah, right there. Let me adjust that. So yeah, let me just 18 pips. So 18 pip stop loss, 18 pip TP. We're going to go for a 1-to-1 initially, and I'm going to let runners run to reach the top end of this range. And price is pushing down here, so this could be a setup very, very soon. Waiting for your trade. Are you down to try a backtest replay session? Try it some trades and to see how you trade. So right now you can see that the price is very, very close to our entry point, and normally, I just keep it to my pairs for the London session that I trade in. So for right now, currently, I just like to keep it that way. I am going to be opening up an exclusive group, and a Discord. Right now it's only open for course members, but I'm going to be opening up for the general public as well that just want to keep the setups and know the setups for multiple sessions, not only just London session but New York session as well. And that, if you are a member, I can definitely take a look at that. But for right now, our setups happen normally much faster on the stream, and I just try to keep it on the two pairs that I have good knowledge of. But in the future, I may be open up to that idea where I can look at your pairs and so forth. But for the time being, I'm just going to focus on these. And normally we're looking for 20 pip, 25 pip scalps, maybe even larger. But as you can see, sometimes the pairs are very fast. So for the time being, I won't have that time to look at. I'm not sure you're mentioning a backtest replay session. So for not this time, but in the future, maybe we can look into that. All right, so still waiting for USD CAD to push down. And let's see if it does come down here. If it does not, that will be a missed opportunity. Actually, I want to say a missed opportunity, but that'll be an opportunity that's not following our plan. So that would be, something that we're just gonna have to let go, right? Let's see GJ now. So GJ is pushing down now. So GJ again, we're looking for GJ to push up right here. So right now it's coming back to wick potentially, and it is tapping the EMA right now on the 5-minute. So we'll see to that, but we're looking for the push up, potentially fill up the gap that it opened up with, and then push down, or respect this range, come down, and then push up here, and then push above here to close up the gap. So we'll look at that. We're going to leave some more breathing room here. Normally what happens is when it does reach the top end of the range on a normal, case here, it will, push up maybe 4 or 5 pips and we can set the sell stops. But for this scenario, we're going to allow more breathing room just because, there's the closing of the gap here right above the range here. So I'm going to be careful with that and give more breathing room. And if we miss it, it's fine. I'd rather not take the risk, rather keep it lower risk. If it moves up maybe, 8 to 10 pips above, at that point I could set the sell stops for the push down here, right? So that'll be more safe. On that end, again, we're still about half an hour away from London opening. So if the price still doesn't reach up here, I'm going to allow some London session volume to kick in, London opening volume to kick in, and then I will go for that setup. USD CAD right now, again, this is just a trade idea. So I'm going to be looking at USD CAD to drop down here before we can cash this setup here. So very, very interesting here. How USD CAD can develop, but for anybody joining now, I did mention be very, very cautious this week. Do not expect every trade to formalize because of some sudden jumps in your Forex pairs that you trade or gold or indices. Anything is possible this week because it's a very, very volatile week potentially because of the current situation with Israel and Palestine. Right, so be very, very careful. Be cautious. I may look to have less setups this week and maybe trade a single session only. I normally do trade both London and New York session, but I may just be wary of trading both sessions to limit my setups this week, especially because if the story develops in Israel and Palestine, which again it has not ceased yet. We could look for sudden jumps here, which again could go against us. And so be very, very careful here. If anybody remembers trading, or if anybody did trade during the first couple weeks of the Ukraine, especially the first couple days with the Ukraine and Russia war, I mean, you know what I'm talking about, right? So be very careful. You can limit your setups. Again, it's just making sure that you don't get slipped into a fundamental and you lose that trade, let's say, for whatever reason. So but we're still gonna focus on technicals, right? That's what we aim to do with this system, which I'm displaying here day by day. Is the range ideology. We're trading within the range which markets repeat over time. Ranging consolidation is a part of how the markets move, right? When they move sideways. However, I'm looking at exact ranges to trade within the consolidation period. And that is what this strategy is all about, right? And I found ways to enter and exit within these perfect ranges. And that's why there's a high accuracy or a high win rate. But again, let's take a look. Let's continue to okay. All right, so GJ now is dropping down here. So again, we could see that this right here, right here, very similar to the way USD CAD was moving. If GJ. So GJ is tapping the 30-minute EMA now. So it was tapping the 5-minute. Yeah, earlier here, and then it just keeps dropping now. So this is what the 30-minute EMA, and we do have a 30-minute opening. So that means just in the last minute now, GJ has dropped 11, 12 pips almost, and it continues to. Oh wow, look at that push, and look at USD CAD push here. So I'm just gonna push this to the side here. Again, this is just in a trade idea right now, so we're not looking to enter this yet. But USD CAD now is GJ is pushing now, so I would see now should I trade GJ on a buy as well, right? So if USD CAD is coming up here, maybe I can do the sells here once we reach the top end here, because this seems to be it didn't reach even our intended buy zone, and it just went just up right here. This is a new 30-minute candle right now, so it could come back down, create a wick, and then push back up. But we're gonna wait for this. For GJ now, should I consider the buys here, right? So I think I will, because of the gap up above. So it gives me more of a confluence here. Why not use the gap as a confluence here? And right, GJ buys here, buy stops. Yeah, so let's see if USD CAD pushes down, but I'm going to take a look at the GJ setup here. So I'm going to remove this for now, but that would be probably our first target, or right around our first TP, the smaller, so to speak, range here. And let's take a look here. So 181,900. I think that's a good buy zone here. 181,900. And again, these are not instant executions, right? I do want to remind, this is just an idea. These are not instant executions. So I'm waiting for the price to dip below our indicated buy zone. Right, our indicated buy zone right here. So waiting for a price to reach below that. So that I can go ahead and end. And not only just below, at least 5 to 10 pips below. So I can be comfortable in entering these stops, the buy stops in this scenario, and have some breathing room, right? Because of spread, because of, maybe a new candle opening. So because of those situations, I want to be careful when I set the buy stops, right? So that, so we give it some breathing room. Anyhow, it's coming right down. So I'm going to look to trade the full and maybe extend it. So there's nearly a 40 pip, 40 pips of range here. So I'm going to look for 2 TPs here, so 20 pips. But I'm not going to enter right now. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for this setup here. So this would be a 1 to 2 TP here. Let's look at USD CAD, what's going on with USD CAD. So still waiting for USD CAD. Again, nothing is entered unless price pushes above or below, depending on if it's a buy stop or sell stop, and give it enough breathing room. So one is it crosses our zone, right, according to the range that we've drawn out. And the second thing is that, the second thing is that we give it enough breathing room to account for spread and maybe a natural, wick up or below with a new candle opening, whether it's even a 5-minute, 50-minute candle opening. So give it a little breathing room and then account for spread. So that's the breathing room that we need before we go ahead and set the buy stops or sell stops, right? So that's what I'm looking for. Again, GJ, I'm looking for GJ to push past below. So our buy zone will be around the 181,900 zone. But I'm waiting for price to push below even this wick right here. So around 6-7 pips below our intended buy zone. for me to be comfortable to set the buy stops. So that's what I'm looking for. And TP1 would be, let me draw a horizontal ray. TP1 would be at 182, 100 right here. This would be TP1. And TP2 would be at the top end of the range, the larger range that is. So 40 pips. 20 pip stop loss. TP2 would be right at the top here. And I'll let the runners run. As we have the potential gap fill here from where, you know, it opened up, price opened up on Sunday. That's Sunday Eastern time, by the way. Yeah, so USD CAD's still waiting for it. So yeah, so normally I like to trade inverse on both, right? But because of how it's moving, both prices are moving. It could, again, there was a gap on GJ, so that could make the difference. But both have a buy setup here. But normally they are inversely correlated. But I did mention that that's about 70% of the time. There is significant time that the inverse correlation doesn't apply, and you have to be careful when, right? So let's see if both form. We'll take a look. They both have confluences above. But for now, I'm looking at GJ formalizing because it's very close to our entry point. But again, I'm going to wait for price to dip below this drawn out rectangle, which is the bottom end of the range. Let it push down. Right, let this push down, and I want to like it somewhere, you know, around this wick area, so I could be comfortable in setting the buy stops. Right, so I'm not going to be entering the buy stops unless price reaches below this bottom end of the range, and somewhere around the lowest wick that we've seen today. In the lowest price where GJ has reached today. All right, it's pushing. It's pushing. It's nearly to that area. We do have a 5-minute candle close coming. So could we see a new opening and a push down further? And then we go ahead and enter. And again, USD CAD seems like it's going to push up. So we may have missed this entry because it didn't reach our intended zone. And I was comfortable in setting that buy stop. So it's okay, right? I rather lower my risk and follow my game plan fully than enter higher risk and potentially have a lower chance of it hitting TP, right? Because of the sudden move here, right? So it could come right back, USD CAD, but if it doesn't, it's perfectly fine. All right, here's GJ. So we do have a 5-minute close coming, a new 5-minute candle opening. The new 5-minute candle could push down further, and that's what I'm looking for before I'm comfortable in setting the buy stops. We still have about, 20 minutes to go before London opening. So this whole trade could formalize prior to then. Not only formalize, but complete as well. Okay, so now GJ is pushing. Again, there's a, what is this? How much room do we have now? It's about 3.5 pips. It's pushing. It's nearly there. All right, here comes the push. Okay, nice. Nice push. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and set the buy stops here for GJ at 181,900. So it's no longer a trade idea. It's something that I've entered. So this would be, oopsies. This would be a setup that I'm waiting for now. So I'm waiting for price to reach back up and activate my buy stops for the direction above. So 181,900 is the entry. 181,700 is the stop loss. TP1 is at 182,100. Should be 182,100, and 181,300 should be Yeah, 181.300 should be TP2, right? So close off some F at TP1 and let the runners run to TP2, and then I'll see how price reacts here. But I'll probably close another 50% and let the runners run to the gap potentially. All right, so see, GJ is still pushing down. So I told you guys I was looking at around this wick area here to be comfortable to set the buy stops, because let's just say this continues to push down and continues to move down, we're safe, right? Because we can just, delete the buy stops and be safe from this. But again, at the same time, if the trade does come back, we have enough breathing room, right? That even if GJ, let's say with the new candle opening, pushes slightly up, we still have enough breathing room, because we made sure that we allowed the price to jump below. We have enough breathing room. So even if it flicks up here, wicks up here, and then pushes back down, we avoided the whole setup here, right? So we're safeguarding and lowering our risk while trading a potentially good to great range, right? So we're safeguarding ourselves both ways. All right, so USD CAD is still stuck here, so I'm still looking for this, but again, gonna wait for the price to reach down here before I think of entering USD CAD. And here GJ is still pushing down, so I can slightly adjust the range here as well, right? Because we've seen 2 wicks down here, but even over here wouldn't be bad. Now we have a 50-minute close coming, so the next 50-minute candle that's going to open will be in a couple minutes. So we'll see now this whole push down, right? This was right from the 30-minute candle here. The whole push down was how many pips? 24 pips here, push down. Wow. So could we close the 50-minute with a wick, or will it be a push down now? So again, I'm still leaving the buy stops, entered here. I'm not going to close with the 50-minute candle closing right now. So we'll see how that goes. But if it does close, below this range, much below this range, then I may delete the buy stops. But for now, I'm keeping them open because I believe that price can come back and reach the top end here and close up the gap up here as well. So let's see how that goes, right? Because the next candle can just be a complete jump up, and that whole 30-minute candle can reverse and push above here. But let's see how things play out. It is pushing down now. We're under a minute away now from the 15-minute candle to close, and it continues to push down. Wow. Okay. Normally now, if I found that this range is still very valid and I'm comfortable with that, I will adjust my buy stops as price is moving. Let's say for this scenario, if the price keeps pushing down and I do feel that this is a valid range, I will adjust my buy stops to a better entry point, right? And then go from there. All right, so we have a new 50-minute candle. So this 15-minute candle, close right around the bottom end of the, lowest price of, where GJ had pushed down to before it reversed here. But again, the 30-minute candle has not closed. So this 30-minute candle could be, possibly a whole wick all the way to the upside here. So it'll be very, very interesting how the next 50-minute candle how the next 15 minutes go. Because for all we know that this could be a complete pushback up, and we would capture 2 TPs plus runners running, right? Let's see. And USD CAD is pushing up, so I may just remove this whole setup here. If GJ kind of activates here, and then we'll see how price is moving from there. Alrighty. So still waiting for price to activate this setup here, which again, I do feel comfortable. It is a Monday. It is could be a potentially volatile Monday, but feel this setup we can potentially maybe hit TP with this one, at least TP1, because of the gap here, right? So the direction upwards seems, I feel more comfortable with that. So let's see. So waiting for price to move up. Again, price, GJ is still about 6 pips away from our entry here. 6.2 pips away. But the 30-minute hasn't closed, so this 30-minute could simply be a wick to the upside. And potentially, this whole move right here, this whole 30-minute wick right here, 24 plus pips, can go all the way back up and have a bullish engulfing candle to the upside. And with London opening volume, could push it to TP2 and beyond. So it'll be very, very interesting how that goes. That's what I'm looking towards as far as GJ moving that way. But we'll see how everything goes. We have everything set here. Just waiting for the trade to be activated, the buy stops. And that's all we can do. Again, if GJ continues to push down all the way down here, then at that point I'm just going to, the buy stops will be invalidated and thus removed. But if there's a flip on the 30-minute candle here, let's see the 1 hour here as well. Ooh, so there's a 1 hour EMA down here. Ooh, very interesting. So, could price, let's see how far that is. Could it tap here and then push back up in the same 15-minute candle, right? So the current 15-minute candle, could it push down, tap the 1 hour EMA, and then come right back up? Or does it reject the downside here and reverse? But again, nonetheless, it's perfectly fine for us. It doesn't matter which way it goes. If it goes past, pushes down here and it continues to, I may adjust the buy stops for a better, area of entry, or completely void them and look for a better setup, or when G reverses and maybe comes back into the range. We'll see. Again, USD CAD seems like we've missed the buys here, but you can see it's pretty valid. It's just that it didn't fit our guidelines here, because we needed to push down past to the bottom end here for us to even think of entering this, right? But again, this does not mean that the range is not being respected, right? The range is very well in line, which is what's beautiful about the system here, right? So everything is still following in line, but it didn't follow our rule for entry. So for that reason, these would be voided here. Okay, now, wow. So USD CAD, sorry, GD is pushing down now. Continues to. And we're still about 10 minutes away from London opening. Now, if it's too far off, and, there's about a couple minutes left for London opening, then I may just void them and look for, something else. But you can see now it's really pushing. Wow, look at that. Alrighty, so GJ seems to be pushing down to the 1 hour EMA. So let me just look at the 50-minute candle here. So it's pushing pretty strong. Now, the 30-minute hasn't closed yet, right? There's still 10 minutes left, and the 1 hour as well, right? So could I anticipate that the 1 hour pushes right back into the range? So what I'm going to do now is, let's see how many pips away it is from the EMA. GJ, so it was about 6 pips away, and now it's about 9 pips away. So what I'm going to do now, I still believe in this range, and I'm going to slightly adjust the buy stops here, right? But I'm going to wait for the price to reach below so I can adjust it. So let me wait for the price to tap the 1 hour EMA. If it doesn't, my buy stops are still there, right? My buy stops will still be at 181,900 right now, right? So still there, but I'm looking for a price to reach the bottom end here. Let's see. So the 1 hour EMA is right there. So let the price reach the 1 hour EMA, and then I'm going to adjust my buy stops quickly. And if it doesn't reach the EMA and it flicks back up, then our buy stops are still there at a comfortable position for the price to push back up here. All right, so here is USD CAD now. So USD CAD could reach, so I'm going to avoid the buy stops here. So it reached the top end of the smaller range. Now, could it reach the top end of the larger range here? So 1 to 1, 2 to 2, and then we got the smaller range active right now. So could it respect this smaller range and do the sell off here, or could it go all the way to the to the top end of the range here and wick, or not wick, sorry, tap the 30-minute EMA and then reverse from here? And that would be a sell stop to consider, as GJ is setting up for the buy stop, right? The inverse correlation. Alrighty, so all right, it is pushing down. So I'm going to be looking for adjusting the buy stops now. How many pips away is it? 6 to 7 pips. All right. Give it another few pips here to push down. And this could be also irregular movement from, you know, the Israel situation, but nonetheless, I'm going to adjust the buy stops here. What is this? 181. Let's do 800. So 181, 800. So we're moving it pretty much 10 pips down. So everything 10 pips down here. And I'm going to create a larger stop loss here just because of how price is moving, and keep it to 25 pips, which is fine. And now it's a 50 pip range, right? So we're going to keep, so we're not going to keep, we're going to adjust our buy stops to 181,800, right? 181,800. And price right now is below, 14 plus pips. We're entering the last 5 minutes here now. And it's nearly about to tap. So 25 pip stop loss here. So that's at 181,550. And then we're going to have 181,950. Let me go to 25 pips above here. So it should actually be 182.50. Sorry, yeah, right there. So that should be 25 pips. And the remaining 25 pips should be TP2. TP2. And TP1 right here. So now we're approaching London opening. We're less than 4 minutes away. And USD CAD is, so I'm looking for sell-offs here for USD CAD. So USD CAD sell stops. It's going to be a trade idea. Not going to enter the sell stops until after London opening now, because we're too close and it's not going to be worth it unless you increase your risk. Okay, so just give me an idea here. Let me or just give me a minute here. I'm just gonna take a look at GJ right now, because we are about, what is this? How many pips is this? 10 pips away. Okay, still a fair amount. We were about what, less than 2 pips away from being tapped on the 1 hour EMA, and then I was 6 pips away. So again, I still feel that this range can be respected. Okay, GJ is making the move up now. However, still some room before we get to the 181,800 zone. Now, the reason why I'm actively looking here is because do I want to be tapped in on GJ right now, or should I just completely void the buy stops, wait for London opening, to come in, and then set the buy stops maybe right back at our original range? But I think I'll be okay with this. Let me look at the 2 hour here as well. So the 2 hour can push down all the way there as well. So that's a larger range that we're looking at. Okay. So right here, so the 2 hour can be reached here as well, but I feel that the 1 hour is comfortable as a stop here. But nonetheless, we have enough room before being tapped in. So London opening now is less than 2 minutes away. So it'll be an interesting finish here. I'm going to leave the buy stops open, meaning that I'm letting it run up to or including from now on until London opening. So I'm going to let the trade run. The trade's not activated yet, but the buy stops, I'm letting it run into London opening. And we're just less than 2 minutes shy now of London opening. We're about 10 pips away from where price is right now to be activated. But we have our stop loss, TP1 and TP2 targets set. You see on the current candle, there's no wick. No wick on the current candle, so it could push down. So should I void it? Let's see, less than a minute left. Okay, guys, I'm going to void the buy stops. I'm deleting the buy stops right now, as the 1 hour did not get tapped. So it's an idea now. So voiding the buy stops. So it becomes an idea now. And the reason is because the London opening could bring it back up, tap us in, and then come back down. It didn't tap the 1 hour EMA. So I'm looking for a price to tap the 1 hour EMA. So I'm waiting on this now. It's an idea now. It's not activated yet or not entered yet. So we're going to wait until after London opening for price to kick back down. There's no wick on the current candle, and there's a 1 hour EMA below. So let's wait for that. Let's be safe. And once that occurs, then we'll take a look. All right, here's the London opening. Now look at that. We could have nearly be tapped in here, and we could be still tapped in if we were in this setup, and it come right back down. So that's why I avoided it. No wick on the previous 2 5-minute candles, including the current 5-minute candle. So letting it push down. Now if price pushes down here, right, you can see the current 1 hour candle, the London opening, has no wick at the bottom here. So for me, it's just a high risk. And it didn't tap the 1 hour EMA. So there's 2 confluences down below the price for me to void the buy stops. So it's just an idea right now. I'm going to let it tap here. If it does tap the 1 hour EMA, then I'll for sure set the buy stops at 181,800. So I definitely have that ready to go. And oh, here comes USD CAD as well. So look at how everything's moving along here. Again, waiting for GJ to push down here. So this is going to be could be very, very quick here. So let it push down, tap this, even the current wick here. No wick, fill this candle in, create the wick, tap the 1 hour EMA, and then I'll be more comfortable in setting the buy stops here. All right, here it comes down. Let's see. Pushing down. And here comes USD CAD. So looking at, again, just an idea right now, but looking at, what is this? 136,770. 1.36770 would be our trade idea here. Let GJ come down. So again, I'm looking at both pairs very actively now, as both could be great setups here within falling in line within the range. Of course, GJ did push out, but again, I told you guys that on the larger time frame, this is still a range here. This could push right back in, right? So if it does follow higher time frame analysis here and higher time frame range, it's still valid. All right, here GJ comes down for the push, and we do have the 1 hour EMA above here as well on USD CAD, which is about 9 pips away. So I'm going to wait for price to reach around the 137, what is it? 136,790. Yeah. So that would be, I would want the price to break above this, potentially tap the 1 hour EMA, and then look for the reversal, right? But entry at the top here. Let's see. And GJ, it did not tap the 1 hour EMA. So again, I'm not going to, unless it does that, because the EMA is too close of a call for it to not be tapped. And again, I may miss the setup, right? I may miss this, and it completely pushes right back in the range on the larger time frame. But again, I'm not comfortable because of the confluences here. No wick at the bottom of this, last 5-minute candle before the London opening candle, and also the 1 hour EMA below here as well. So just an idea for now, and will not push for this unless I get the tap of the 1 hour here. As long as I get the tap, this is a perfect setup for me to enter at least the buy stops. So GJ, let's see, did it tap the 30-minute? Ooh, so nearly tapped it. I mean, kind of call this a tap, maybe. 0.2 pips away. But I'm still looking for that big push above. Potentially in this area right here, somewhere around here. Slightly above, the previous wicks in this range. There is a 1 hour EMA. But somewhere around this area where I could be comfortable to set the sell stops here for USD CAD and the complete push down. But you could see now here that range has been respected, as this was called prior to price coming down here. Price came down here, right on the larger range. Now you can see, of course, it didn't break down here. So if we're following our rules, we would not, enter the buys here. But you could see now that it was ranging within this zone, and now it nearly reached the top here. So that would be that tap right here. And now we're waiting for that tap here and a potential wick before we push it back down here. So you can see now, look, if we had this setup ready now, I'm just explaining to you guys, even if GJ pushes above here, it's perfectly fine. If we did not void these buy stops, we would have been tapped in here, and GJ would have maybe potentially fell right back down and came down to tap the 1 hour EMA and potentially stop us out here, right? So there was a heavy risk. So that's why I avoided it, a minute prior to London opening, because of, how GJ was moving, right? So wherever you feel you can lower your risk, it's advisable, because we don't want to trade with a higher risk setup, right? Especially if you're learning and you're into the trading world, and you want to learn good habits. You want to start in an appropriate disciplined way right from the beginning, right? All right, here comes GJ now. You can see now, look, perfect example here, right on the charts here, where it could have tapped us in if we didn't avoid it, the buy stops, and it would come right back down, potentially to tap the 1 hour EMA. And you can also see that it's in this small range right here as well, right? Right here, 14, 15 pips. And look at that, full push down. Literally would have tapped us in and pushed right back down. Great, great lesson learned. Again, this is from experience that I see this, but generally any new trader may have made this mistake and it would have cost them heavily potentially. So, all right. And again, we already talked about what we're looking for USD CAD to price to push up here. It is, could tap the EMA, the current candle, but there's a 1 hour EMA here as well, which could be our intended zone to enter the sell stops, right? But I'm looking for price to slightly break above the previous wick. That's, within the range, maybe 5-6 pips above, and then I could set the sell stops here. Alrighty, so let's see here. All right, here comes GJ. Look at that, guys. As mentioned. All right, so now I'll be more comfortable in setting the buy stops, but just let it tap it here. You could see it's in this range right here. All right, there you go. Okay, so guys, I'm going to go ahead and set these buy stops now. 181,800. It's no longer an idea. 181,800 on GJ. So price right now is 15 pips, 15, 16 pips below the entry point. And stop loss is set at 25 pips, which is at 181,550. TP1 is set at 181,050 or 182,050, sorry. And TP2 is set at 182, 300. So TP1 182,050, 182,300 for GJ TP2 here. Okay. And our buy stops are set at 181,800 and stop loss at 181,550. Alrighty, so just waiting for this trade to activate with it coming back up. But again, there is a range here in play, so which we are at the bottom of currently. So that's a good thing. It's right at the 1 hour EMA tap, and USD CAD is approaching the top here. So this is could be another valuable setup here as well, considering there's normal conditions here, right? So of course we know there's something looming, right, over the fundamentals in all markets, but we have to play with that, right? So let's see. So now GJ could be pushing right back up and tapping us in this time. All right, so it's approaching the top here. There's a new 5-minute candle as well. All right, let's see. You can see a clean tap here of the 1 hour EMA and buy stops. Price is approaching the buy stops here at 181,800. You can see the 4 hour still could close within that range here. even though the 1 hour and 2 hour broke out, but the larger time frame still within that range and could fall right within that range. We still have about 2 hours to go, just under 2 hours to go with the 4 hour candle to close. All right, still it is rejecting the EMA here. It nearly tapped it. I mean, it was just a 0.1, 0.2 pip, 0.2 pips off the EMA tap here for the 30-minute candle, but I still feel it can push above that. And as the 1 hour EMA is approaching the top end of the range, just under 9.5 pips. So it could definitely reach there. And then at that point, I'll be more confident in setting my sell stops once it reaches at least 4 or 5 pips above the top end of the range here. All right, GJ is pushing up. Okay, wow. Nice push from GJ here. Again, it is in this range here, but I still also feel that the range will break out since it's a smaller range and tap us in here. So very, very close here. This is 181,800 right there. So just a few pips shy now. What is this? 6 pips away, 7 pips almost now. So still waiting to be activated here. One more strong push and this, this trade could be a live trade that we're in once our buy stops are triggered. All right, still waiting to be activated. USD CAD. So USD CAD is pushing now, as you can see. A nice strong push. Yeah, there you go. And this time it will tap the EMA since it was only 0.2 pips off. Should tap it this time and push above. Again, we still have a decent amount of time before the 30-minute candle closes. There you go. So this time it did tap it right on the dot. I mean, yeah, you can say that wasn't pretty much a tap there. Yeah, but again, it should break above that, I believe. It should push above that, as it has with the last two. 2 times it did touch the top end of the range. So it should push past that, at least temporarily. And GJ, we're looking to tap us in maybe in the next 50-minute candle. Let's see. So that's how the 50-minute candle will close in this area. But we're going to have to see now how the new 50-minute candle opens and pushes either below to the bottom end or to the top end of this smaller range here. All right, GJ is pushing. All right, here's the new 5-minute candle. Let's see. And yes, hi. Thank you for subscribing. I know we did have some notifications earlier in the stream. So if there's multiple members that subscribe. So thank you for subscribing, and I hope you guys are enjoying the live streams, and I hope you guys join other live streams as well. Again, looking at the range ideology here, that's the strategy, the system, and to be well versed with the strategy, I would recommend to join more live streams, and as we are on here Monday to Friday, and from there you can see how you want to venture off into learning more detail about the strategy. But at the time, I would recommend to join daily live stream and see for yourself how you can compute with that. It's pretty simple, very, very simple. We only use one indicator as a confluence indicator, and the rest is price action, market structure, but a very solid plan in how we execute entries and exits. and how we safeguard our setups and safely enter, and at the same time mitigate our risk and effective trade management, right? All right, so it seems that USD CAD will push above, right? But you can see 30-minute candles wicked. At the same time, when they reach the top end of the range, they are all wicks on the 30-minute candle. So this current 30-minute candle could be another wick, which I'm expecting to push above the range here. So you can see now it definitely pushed above that EMA, but still need a stronger push here, which I believe it will, and break above this range, so we can set our sell stops, but still need some time. And GJ can certainly push above here. All right, so it's rejecting the EMA again. It could push down, but again, I'm not certain. It's not following my game plan, so I don't want to enter, just on instant execution here. No impulse here. We're gonna wait for our game plan. It's more effective. It has a higher accuracy win rate, and again, it's good psychology to practice your game plan. All right, so GJ is still down here. I'm not changing my buy stops any further. As you can see now, that if I did, let's say for example, when price pushed below here, instead of me adjusting it at 1,800, so this candle right here, when it pushed back down, I could have considered maybe adjusting it lower here, but no, because you have to be careful. You can also see how GJ is following a range here, right? And you don't want to be trapped in that. So let's just say you moved your price at this level, price would have pushed back up, tapped you in, and continue push down. So you have to be very careful where you set your buy stops. And again, that's through experience, to understanding your pair. It's not only that you can trade the range ideology with GJ or USD CAD. These are the two pairs I trade, but there's an added reason why, because they are inversely correlated, meaning that if most of the time, not all the time, and I will mention this and I will make sure that this is not missed, that most of the time they're inversely correlated, which means that when USD CAD is going, let's say, is dropping, right? Let's say it's going down, GJ goes up, right? Because of the inverse correlation. But that inverse correlation will not happen in every session and will not happen all the time. But from my experience, and for anybody that's been watching the streams, 60-70% of the time they are inversely correlated, and London session has a very high accuracy in terms of the inverse correlation, but not all the time. Again, you have to be careful. Sometimes New York session may have the upper hand in USD CAD and GJ moving opposite, but fundamentals and so forth can change that as well. So you have to be careful, right? So we're getting a little bit more news on the Israel situation as well. So again, gotta be careful here. Setups can be tapped in and just tapped out in the same minute and seconds. It's going to be that type of week potentially, right? So I'm going to avoid being in the charts all the time, but observing the charts very actively, right? Whether I enter or not all the time this week, or lesser times this week, that's one thing. But observing the charts just to see what's going on when certain news events happen. But let's see. All right, so USD CAD did push above, but again, it's not enough for me to go ahead and enter. So again, I'm still waiting for price to reach, let's say, around this level right here. And that will give me enough room for 136,790. Right, so 3 pips. But again, if I wait for this you can see that there's a 1 hour 1 hour EMA above here as well. So I don't want to risk it. So I'm gonna let it be, let it play out here. I'm gonna let USD CAD move here. Of course, with GJ, we're still in the setup here. So you can see on the 4 hour. Now there is a 4 hour EMA below here as well on GJ. Very interesting. There's a 2 hour and 4 hour EMA. So what is that? It was about 14 pips away. Now it's about 20 pips away. All right, here GJ comes. So I feel it may have a strong push once it reaches the top end of this range. But because of the EMA now, I may consider voiding it and then re-entering, or re-entering the buy stops at a later time. Let's see. It did tap the 1 hour and is pushing back in, right? So, all right, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to let it be. Let's see if we can get a slight push above here, back into that range, and then it'll be nice. So yeah, I'm going to let it run, and we're going to see right here. Okay, nearly about to tap. Yes, a lot of news coming this week. So not only just the news on Forex Factory, which we viewed at the beginning of the stream, but also of the uncertain news that could shake up the markets with the Israel and Palestine situation right now. All right, still waiting for GJ. Let's see. Again, USD CAD, I'm going to avoid for now just because there's an EMA above here and we could be tapped in and it pushes right above. So we'll wait for that. But GJ now is pushing strong. Could we get a strong finish here? All right, GJ is coming right above now. Let's see. So because of the 4 hour here EMA that I looked down here, you could see that. Because of that, I may adjust my stops. Let's say it pushes into profit and it breaks above here. I may adjust my stops earlier than hitting TP1, just because I don't want price to push right back down and we go right back and draw down. So to avoid that, I'm going to safeguard this aspect as well. And GJ did come up almost 4 pips, 4.5 pips away, and I was pushing up again. Let's see. Still waiting to be activated here. We got 1 minute left for a new 5-minute candle opening. Actually, here it comes. There it is. All right, no wick on the current candle. Okay, create a small wick. Now it's pushing above. Now it is in this range here, right? You can see clearly that GD has been forming in this range now. So what I'm looking at is it tapping, activating us, and breaking out of the small range. It's a very temporary range, and it's shooting up into our existing range, which is following the 4 hour range, right? So let's see. Very close to being tapped in. And USD CAD here is also ranging in this small zone here. It's probably 9, 10 pips. 8, 9, 10 pips, yeah. So we're gonna need both pairs to break out, of course, to our direction. At least GJ right now, because GJ is already, an active setup here that we're waiting for it to, be triggered. With USD CAD more, so it's just waiting for push above the range here, so we can, potentially formalize this trade idea. But GJ is what I'm looking at currently, right? Because that is something that could be triggered. The buy stops could be triggered any second or any minute. Now we're about 4 minutes away from a 30-minute and 15-minute close. All right, here comes the push by GJ. All right, very, very close here. Close, but no cigar. It was as close as 4 pips, 3.9, 3.8. And again, it's pushing down, less than 3 minutes shy now of a new 30-minute and 15-minute candle. But you can see the original push from GJ, when it did come up here, if we hadn't closed our buy stops before London opening, I mean, even if you didn't close it, if you close it a minute or 2 minutes after, it'd be fine. But this would have been dangerous if we were tapped in here, right? And so to avoid that, I avoided the buy stops and then waited for the price to push down here, tap the 1 hour EMA, fill this non-wick candle, and then enter the buy stops here. And now since then, price has been ranging in that zone, and we're looking for the breakout of the zone to the upside, so it can be tapped in and it can be pushed into the larger 4-hour range right here, right? So we're looking for price to push back in and have a bullish engulfing candle to the upside and all the way to the top here, and then of course fill up the gap here that it opened up with today. So that's the game plan. And just 2 minutes shy of the new 30-minute and 15-minute candle. And again, USD CAD is still ranging in, near, in and around near the top end of the range and around the 30-minute EMA. All right, so we're about to close the 30-minute and 15-minute candle. So let's see. All right, let's see how that goes. All right, so yeah, most likely we'll close without tapping us in. So will the new 30-minute candle now push down further? All right, here it comes. All right, here's the 30-minute candle. 30-minute candle. So let's see. Will it make a push, to the upside, or will it make a push down? Now, if this candle continues to push below the 1 hour EMA here, we're looking at it tapping the 4 hour EMA. So once it reaches down here, then I'm going to completely void these buy stops and maybe potentially get a better buy stop, or completely void it for London session. Because for all I know, right, GJ could push down here, right, as it has still a decent amount of time before the 4 hour close, could come down here. Let's go the path here. Could come down here, tap the 4 hour EMA, wick here, and then push right back into this range in the same 4 hour candle. So the current 4 hour candle can do all that and come back in here. But it seems to be pushing up here. So let's see. We're almost about to be tapped in here. But yes, it can certainly do that large move prior to. Oops, what happened there? Oh, there it is. Okay. So TP1, TP2. Alrighty, so as I was saying, yeah, so the same 4-hour candle can come down, tap our 4-hour EMA, and then push all the way back up into that range and have an engulfing bullish engulfing candle to the top in the same 4-hour candle, which is the current 4-hour candle, which has less than an hour and a half left. But that whole movement can still happen, as I mean, I reckon it's not too large of a move, but it's still a decent amount. Right, yeah, around 80 pips or so. Yeah. But again, I'm not expecting that. That's why I'm looking at, I'm not totally expecting that because of the 1-hour rejection and potentially falling right back in. And I'm not looking at GJ to do such a large, movement in less than an hour and a half time, right? Without any high impact fundamental events for GP or JPY, right? In the next hour and a half. So, but again, doesn't mean that it can't do that. It still could be a volatile day, as we know the reasons. But again, GJ did not come to our entry. As you can see, it was still, 2.5, 2.6 pips shy. Very close here, but not enough. Okay, you can see now I potentially could be chasing that. It's 18 pips away. It was as close as 13 and a half pips away. But now it's 14 pips away, or 18 pips away, sorry. And it's still ranging. Price is still ranging in this zone here. 16, 17 pip zone. And we are in a new 30-minute candle and a new 15-minute candle, which you can see a lot of wicking on both sides here. And USD CAD is coming back up. This is a new 30-minute candle now, so this could be a higher push above here. And I'll be more comfortable in setting these sell stops here. So let's see. Be very, very interesting here. All right, Judas seems to be pushing down now. But you can see how it's a very collected or calculated buy stop here because of how many times we could have been tapped in, but it has a comfortable space in between, where the price has reached and where it is, right? So the reason why I moved it earlier from 181,900 to 181,800 is I saw, well, of course, we saw the push down here, but I saw that because of the gap above, along with this 4-hour range, a high time frame range that could be respected, and a potential 4-hour close coming, right, in less than 2.5 hours or so, by the time price reached down here. This is a very, very possible move here. And here GJ comes above here, guys. Let's see. Could we get that push? Or is it going to sink right back in? Now, hopefully it doesn't tap us in and go right back down, right? That would be critical. We do have a 5-minute EMA above here. But again, if it does break above this range, I'm adjusting my stops to break even just because if it falls right back down, I'm not trying to lose this trade, especially since we had to wait for a long time to get activated. And then suddenly we lose it just because of, the 4-hour EMA below and then price reaching down. But let's see here. Seems like USD CAD may just respect this range right here. This be the top here and this push down. But again, not following my plan completely, so I'm going to be avoiding this trade idea. But GJ is pushing up now. Let's see. Is this the push now to tap us in? I mean, this goes all the way. This is going to be a very, very nice setup. If it doesn't go all the way, then it'll push down and tap the 4-hour and maybe come right back. All right, it's nearly there. As close as 3 pips away, but now it's still hovering in that zone. Let's see, it's still 3.5 pips. Okay, now it's pushing. So 3 pips. Nearly 2.5 pips left to get to. Alrighty. Let's see. Can we get a push here? Alright, strong move by GJ here. Let's see. It needs to also break out of the zone 2 now, right? Alright, guys, we're in. So because of spread, it's tapped us in. So I'm going to push this down in here. So 181,800. So this is an active setup now. Just got tapped in. Looking for a strong 5-minute close here to the upside. But it's really, really ranging in this area. But we're looking for that push now to clear it up and into profit territory. And again, USD CAD may have been missed here, but again, wasn't certain because I wanted to push above for me to confirm the setup here, but it's okay. GJ, on the other hand, now has it completed the push above and has it broken out of the small range here. So for this trade to fall back into the 4-hour range, where this would slip right back in here and turn into a bullish engulfing candle to the upside here. Right, we need a strong bullish close here on the 5-minute candle. As we just got tapped in, you can see slightly just tapped in here. Accounting to spread, so 0.5 pips away. All right, let's see. So the 5-minute close is kind of wicking down and closing. So let's see here. $181,800 right there. All right, we're going to get a new 5-minute candle. Let's see. And USD CAD is pushing up. So again, still could be a valid setup here, but waiting for price to push above, right? Need some breathing room so I can set the sell stops here and then push down here. Could be a very, very nice setup here for USD CAD. Now GJ seems to be pushing down. So again, got us on this setup here, nearly got us here, but we had voided the buy stops. Came up here, voided, voided tapping us in, and now this candle just tapped us in now. And let's see now, again, it's still in this range right here, but we are in this setup right now. There is a 4-hour EMA below. 1 hour has been tapped. Yes, exactly. Just tapped us in. Let's see, right? So if USD CAD continues to push up above here, we're aiming for the reversal. But do we have enough breathing room for GJ to survive that reversal, or for USD CAD to push up, GJ pushing down, and then reversal occurring, right? Let's see. US holiday and a Canada holiday as well today. But you can see here that it has been moving more or similar to how USD CAD moves during London session, right? So 35 pips here, 35 pips above, and it's moving in perfect range. So why not, right? It doesn't always mean if there's a holiday that the markets don't move, right? Depending on the pairs that you're trading. But very well, there could be clear setups even when there's a bank holiday, right? Okay, so now GJ moving down. There's a reason why I made it to 25 pips stop loss instead of the 20 originally is because of a potential move like this on GJ, right? So I didn't want to avoid this, but sometimes they may occur, so it's okay. It's only the first setup of the week. So let's see. Okay, USD CAD is approaching here. So this will be a good setup here if it just pushes above here. Need a break above this. We have a 50-minute candle close coming. So it'll be very interesting how, USD CAD may push up. There's a 1-hour EMA above here as well. So we're looking for that break above right here so we can get that push down, right? But again, if we get a clean push up, even 4 to 5 pips above, I'm willing to set the sell stops here because for all we know that the 1-hour candle could come back and wick down and close down below, right? And we'll set a decent amount of stop loss so it doesn't hurt us along the way. But GJ is unfortunately pushing down. Yes, we got to take what the market gives us exactly. Right, GJ is pushing down. Oh, wow, look at that strong push. So it's unfortunately going to go to the potentially the 4-hour EMA. But let's see. Nonetheless, will it still hold up this range right here? Right? This range right here. A very strong bearish candle here. All right, here comes USD CAD, guys. So this would be the second setup here for the day. Let's see. So we're going to have a 50-minute close in then less than 2 minutes. So let's see how GJ closes in this. And let's see how USD CAD closes here. And so we could get a push here from USD CAD. Slightly above this range here. So we can set the sell stops here. So very, very close here. GJ is very close as well. It'll be very, very interesting here. The 4 hour is not far off. Again, did mention that this could happen with GJ, that it comes to hit the 4 hour and then come back up. Right, exactly. Right. This is just how GJ is sometimes. But again, could range in this and come right back up here as well, right? So let's see how the 50-minute candle closes here on GJ. And USD CAD now, could we get one more push above here? So I'll be comfortable in setting the sell stops. That's what I need from USD CAD. And from GJ, again, it's just pushing down. I mean, it could be, hunting the 4-hour EMA here. And it's pushing strong. So let's see. New 50-minute candle closed below. And it may just hunted here. Look at that. Wow. All right, USD CAD is the other setup here. Let's just see now GJ. Oh, wow, don't tell me reverse now. Yeah, the 4-hour looks very convincing here. But very unfortunate. Okay, yeah, so that's just tapped us out there. So 550. Yep, that stopped out. And look at that push. Wow, so the 4-hour EMA definitely could be tapped. Now, does it continue pushing down here? Let's look at the daily here. Let's see how strong that push is. So the daily was actually tapped earlier, the EMA, and weekly. No, that would be a stretch right now. But the 4-hour EMA can certainly come back. Let's see. Still actively looking at USD CAD and still looking at how far off GJ is here. So 4 pips. So you can see now that this range, in fact, was a considerable range because it respected it. So often here, and let's see how far off it is from the top end here. So almost 10 pips in this range. 16 pip range here. Well, look at that. 4 hours nearly about to be tapped here. 2 or 3 pips away. I may take a second chance here at a early buy stop here. But I'm going to wait for the 4 hour to be tapped first. So I may take a second stab at this. 181, 640. Or let's do 181, 610. So waiting for the 4 hour to be tapped first. So I'm not going to enter this yet. Waiting for the 4 hour to be tapped. And looking for the USD CAD setup on the flip side. Again, the 30-minute hasn't closed yet, so still looking for the push above. You can see how strong this candle was down. Look at that. We have to adjust this. Yeah, so that also, not only the 50-minute EMA, but the daily EMA was above here as well. So let's see. Again, we're going to wait out for this, so this is still an idea. Wait for the 4 hour EMA to happen now. That's too close to not be tapped. About 7 pips away. And so going to wait for this setup and looking for the USD CAD setup. So these would be the second and third setup of the day. And again, we could finish off profitable. Maybe more than profitable because these could hit multiple TPs here. So still vying for this. Here comes a tap. All right, so I'm looking for 610 as the push. Did not tap the EMA. So again, I'm not going to activate this unless it taps it. I'm not going to be taking that risk anymore. Right, so if the EMA is too close. All right, it's pushing up, but I'm going to wait for this one. Alrighty, so you can see now GJ still needs to tap the EMA before it's convincing. And again, the 4 hour is going to close in an hour and 10 minutes. So earlier in the stream, I was mentioning that GJ can still tap this EMA, the 4 hour EMA, and reverse and come back and create a bullish engulfing candle to the upside and fill up this gap. Of course, now we do have to be careful here with the uncertainty with the war situation right now with Israel. So that you have to keep in mind. However, we're going to continue trading our technicals. As nothing substantial has occurred. But an unfortunate slip here. It just slipped right to the pip of the entry, and the slip, went right back down. That was a very unfortunate case. But again, never shy of taking a loss and never shy of re-entering a reasonable range, right? And we've seen that over the streams. If you guys have been watching the previous streams, or if you guys have not, you guys can, check out the previous streams. And last week was just an amazing winning week. To be honest, outside of just 1 week, which was very slow in, fundamental events and sluggish, outside of that 1 week, the last, or the 5 out of 6 weeks have been amazing. Or 4 out of the 5 weeks have been amazing. And now we're into our 6th week of live streaming on YouTube. But overall, it's been a very impressive journey here. And I wouldn't say myself just because I'm trading it, but just the fact that the range ideology, the system I trade, is it just has a high win rate because of the, safeguarding of entries and exits here, right? And active trade management. So let's see. So again, I'm not in the buys here. I'm not looking for that yet because of the lack of the 4-hour EMA to be tapped here. So unless we get that, I'm not looking to enter here, and going to wait that out. USD CAD, I'm still looking for the push above. So it seems that USD CAD is lagging here and could push above here, right? And that would be a setup that I would take for the reversal here. So we're still waiting for USD CAD to push above. We got enough room about 14, 15 pips. But once it reaches the top end of the range, we're about to close off the hour in the next 5-6 minutes. Once it reaches the top end of the range, I need some breathing room before I can set those sell stops. So that's what I'm looking for and looking towards, setting those sell stops once price reaches, right at the top end of the range here. For GJ, unfortunate that I tapped us to the pip here, right? Very, very unfortunate with GJ. But again, GJ on the higher end, you can see that there's a gap that I opened up with a 60 pip gap here. Came close, but it has not closed up yet. And the 4-hour can certainly come back into that range, which we were trading, by the way, into this range, as we still have an hour and 5 minutes left to close out the 4-hour. And, not only push to the top end of the range here, but also get to the gap close here, which would, be a very certain move of completing not only the range, but closing the gap and maybe pushing above to the top end of the higher range that I've drawn out here. So could be a lot of interesting moves here from GJ. And now you can see now it's pushing back down again. So now it's in this range. Oh, wow, look at that movement. So we're now in the last 5 minutes of, look at that push. Wow. So it can certainly come down there. It can certainly come down to the 4-hour EMA. Let's see here. All right, looking for that push. Let me just draw a horizontal ray so we know when we switch to different time frames that we know where the 4-hour EMA is. There is a 2-hour EMA as well. Where is that? Oh, so that's a little below that. But let's keep it to the 4-hour here. But look how strong that push is from GJ right now. So that makes me kind of want to wait until the hour opening before I consider the re-entries here. So yeah, I may just wait for the hour opening then, as we're just 3 minutes shy of that. And we can also see a push up of USD CAD, so we can set the reversals here, right? So if this move has not fully completed as far as touching the top end of the range and breaking above or wicking above and falling right back, below the range, if that has not kind of formalized yet, then GJ has probably not formalized at the bottom end here of this 4-hour range. Again, it's breaking out here, but this could merely, just be a long wick right back into 40 pip wick right back into this range and then break above, or, create a bullish engulfing candle to come back in this range and break above to close up the gap in which GJ opened up with a 60 pip gap today. So very, very interesting what GJ can do here. And I want to capitalize on, gaining as many pips out of this as well, right? Since we understand how GJ is moving here. Unfortunate that we got stopped out here, but again, that's part of the game. It came right there. Our original entry was there, but we thought we can capture more pips here. But let's see. Still not, riding out of GJ here. Let's see how the 4-hour EMA gets tapped, or does it get tapped now before the 1-hour close, or does it get tapped now, any minute now? We're just 2 minutes shy of the 4-hour close here. Sorry, not the 4-hour, the 1-hour close, and the 4-hour close is going to close the next hour after that. So let's see. But you can see now G just kind of ranging, broke out of that range, ranging in this area here. 14, 15 pips. Looking to capitalize here, but need a push from USD CAD here as well, so we can get this setup going. But need a good push here. Alrighty, so just a minute shy now, and you can see GJ is pushing down. Let's see, do we get a stronger push here? It's more clear on the 5-minute here just to see. So again, this is where the 4-hour EMA is, the horizontal ray here. And let's look at the 1-hour here. So the 1-hour is going to close below the EMA now. So this is the new 1-hour opening now. And here is USD CAD. All right, strong push from GJ here. Wow. Let me see how far the 2-hour EMA is from that 4-hour EMA. It's what, 7-8 pips. So definitely can be tapped as well. But we need to be very, very careful with how we enter here now, just because of the sudden movement now. Look at that push. Wow. Look at that push from GJ at the opening of the hour. But that bearish push, the bearish momentum has not died off, I believe, yet. So I'm still going to look at seeing if it can go down and tap the 2-hour EMA, and then I'll be more comfortable in maybe clearing a buy stop here. But look at the bearish momentum on here, or on GJ here. And again, just tap the 4-hour, reject it slightly. Could come down to tap the 2-hour EMA. And looking for USD CAD to make a push above here now. So to the top end of the range is what, 7-8 pips. Not bad. Could certainly make that push. And GJ can certainly make that push down below here. Very, very interesting here. All right, so we're gonna wait out here. Not going to enter yet. GJ seems like the bearish run has not died off yet, right? Especially with the 2-hour EMA below here. It's too close for it to not be tapped here. So I'm gonna just be patient here, and I'm going to not enter these buy stops yet. Just gonna wait. It's the opening of the the hour candle here, so we could still see a burst, a push here to the downside with GJ. And then once, let's see, it gets to the 2-hour EMA, at that time I'll see if there's indications of reversals where we can set a buy stop that's, comfortable enough and away, from the price enough, so it has a breathing room aspect before it can be tapped and reverse. But right now it simply did reject the 4-hour EMA. Could be the sign of reversal here, but and USD CAD is coming down here as well, but I still feel that it's not yet done. The move is not yet done. Let's see if it is indeed. We're just going to be patient here. Already strong push. Again, you can see now that the 4-hour EMA, even though it's a strong, sign of reversal potentially, but doesn't mean it can't wick past it. And again, we do have a 2-hour EMA very close by, which, the price is targeting. Now, the idea here is once it gets to this EMA now, potentially a wick here could come down to the bottom end here as well. But if we do have a reversal here, now if the 4-hour now completely turns bullish here, right, in less than an hour now. But again, we've seen a strong bearish push here, from an hour here, right? So let's see, what is this? About 32 pips and going potentially up to 40 pips down, right, in 1 hour. So we can definitely see that GJ could come right back up here as well and come back 45 pips back up, or potentially more than that, to close out the hour and to close out the 4-hour candle. So that is what was talked about earlier, and that is what could potentially happen. But let's see how price reaches, if price reaches a 2-hour candle here, or 2-hour EMA, sorry, and will it show signs of rejection here? And for me to, kind of set comfortable buy stops where we can, potentially get a better move to the upside here. Very strong push here from GJ. Probably just a few pips away now. Yep. 2 to 3 pips away from being tapped. Okay, so this is what I'm looking at. So if it does tap the 2-hour EMA, I'm looking at buy stops right at the 4-hour EMA mark, which will give us, a healthy maybe 20, 25 pips plus. So what is this? 181,495. So let's make it 500. 181,500. So I needed to tap the 2-hour EMA for me to set this buy stop here. So it could be a very, quick push here. But needed to push down here. Let's see. No, has not pushed down yet. Again, these cat is still idling around the 30-minute, territory, 30-minute EMA territory here. And GJ needs that push down. So no, this would not be valid. And this would not be entered because it has not tapped the 2-hour EMA. It's been too close to it to not tap it again. Just like the 1-hour EMA before it wigged all the way back up and then came right back down to tap the 1-hour EMA. And then the stop out was because of the 4-hour EMA being tapped out. And now the 2-hour EMA was too close to not be tapped. It was a couple pips away, 2.5 pips away. And so it can certainly push down, but I'm going to set the 4-hour EMA as a placement for rejection, reversal. But I need the price to come down first to tap that area before I consider setting the buy stops here. All right, there you go. You can see GJ is still pushing down. Again, the sign of reversal is not here yet. And I think the 2-hour EMA now, let's take a look here. The 2-hour EMA is around 8.5 pips below the 4-hour EMA. So it's a good, comfortable position to set the buy stops and capture potentially this whole move back up here. But need that push down first. So need certainty before entering here. And likewise with USD CAD, I'm not comfortable, entering instant execution or entering, sell stops at this point right now, because you still have room to hit the top end of the range, as well as the 1 hour EMA approaching here, right above the range. So two things here that are, showing indications that price can reach back up. Likewise, GJ is right at the 4 hour EMA again. So, it could show signs of reversal here, but since the 2 hour EMA was too close, very close from, where price was, I'm not certain yet. So I'm gonna avoid the setup if it does, continue back up here, because the 2 hour EMA is was too close. And I'm not going to, enter with this risk right now. So let's see. Let it push down. Let GJ come down. And this could be a comfortable potential full reversal back up here, which would be great for us to capture not one, two, potentially more. Remember, GJ opened up with a 60 pip wick. So it can come back to close that off as well. So a lot of things that could occur here. Now the second area of buy stops would be, right? So considering if GJ completely reverses here, right? With the 4 hour EMA completely reverses here, the second area of buy stops would be around this zone right here. So above this, so if it's just ranging in this zone here, right? If price is just ranging here, for it to drop back down, we're looking somewhere above this area here. So above this area for it to fall back into the larger 4 hour range over here. But we're going to have to wait here and be patient here, because there's a bearish momentum right now ongoing with GJ. And it does not seem like it has stopped yet. With USD CAD, again, it's refusing to push down all the way. It is, of course, ranging as expected at the top end of the range here. However, it has not given full indications of the drop yet. And because of that, or lack of that, we could anticipate that USD CAD comes right back up. And again, it doesn't mean that it's going to tap the 1 hour EMA, but it could be very close here. But I'll be comfortable when it approaches the top end of the range and slightly above for me to comfortably set the sell stops for the push down on USD CAD. But that also means that if USD CAD still has room to push above, right, that GJ has room to push below here, right? So if GJ continues to drag this move down, we could see it come down here, which is a previous area of support here, and a top end of the range on a previous range that we traded. And you can see all, some of these setups that we actually caught during the streams last week, right? So we caught a lot of GJ TPs here in the previous weeks, especially last week, which was an amazing week last week. All right, so GJ seems to be pushing up here. So you can see now, as I mentioned, that if the 4 hour comes all the way back up here, right, 4 hour comes all the way back up here, this current 4 hour candle, which has still 44 minutes to go, this could turn into a bullish candle all the way back to the top here. But if, GJ still has bearish momentum, it's still going to push down here. And that's what we're looking at here right now. Does it still have bearish momentum? Is it still going to come down to tap the 4 hour or the 2 hour EMA, sorry? Does it still have time or enough, bearish momentum here to continue to push down to tap the 2 hour and then maybe show signs of reversal? And then for the 4 hour candle, when it closes, to close above it and reject the 4 hour EMA to the upside. Okay, so very interesting how GJ is moving, right? So showed a lot of signs of bearish momentum, and now it may continue to range before it pushes down further. But we're just going to be patient here. Again, if GJ comes all the way back up, that will be a miss setup here. And, us being stopped, tapped in by 1 pip right on the dot, and then being stopped out, and then it coming right back all the way back up after crossing the 4-hour EMA. So that would be unfortunate. But again, with all this bearish momentum, I still don't believe GJ has, fully completed its bearish momentum. Again, it is a Monday. We'll see if it just defies everything. Right, last Monday we started with a couple losses, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday it just went amazing with, I don't know, about 7-8 wins with some some setups given right before leaving and it fully completing to 2 or 3 TPs as well, right? So that was all of last week. No trading, no stream on Friday to avoid NFP, and keep all the wins that we had from Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and on to Monday now. So today, of course, there's some uncertainty with some of the tensions arising. Not only tensions, but the war now with Israel and Palestine. And let's see if that makes an impact here. Wow, look at GJ push now. Wow, look at that. Look at that. So it could come all the way back up in that range now. This was talked about. Now at the same time, is it just in this range right here? Right, this range right here. So we're 19, 20 pips. So is that a setup that I can trade? Right? Okay, let's see here. Okay, you said you bought at 181,750. Okay, so yeah, we could see price reaching here. There's an EMA tap here as well, but has it gone full swing here? Has it fully reversed here? Right, that's what we're looking at right now. Has price fully rejected the EMA, the 4-hour EMA? Remember, we also have a 4-hour EMA, 4-hour candle coming up in 40 minutes. Right? Has it fully rejected it? Or is it still caught up in a range right around the 4-hour EMA for it to, so here it could be this potential move right here, but it's again early to consider this, but could it reject here, right? Broke out of this small range, entered this small range now. As it broke out of this, we'll tap the 2-hour somewhere here and then push above here and then break above here, right? So that's something that we can, see potentially that could this still occur here. And with USD CAD is dropping now. Oh, wow. Okay. So USD CAD is dropping now. So that means that if we kind of adjust the setup here, that it fully potentially rejected the EMA, the 30-minute EMA, but I'm not quite sure yet because it could still be in this range right here, right? If it rejects the current 50-minute EMA, there is a 50-minute close coming in 9 minutes, but if it rejects it and reverses here, right? So this is the range right now, 1, 1, 2, 2. This rejects it here, could push up above here, and that's when we can set the sell stops for the push down, right? So there's a lot of interesting things that can happen here with these setups and with trading the range. We just have to be patient here, right? But GJ, again, I'm not certain that it has completed its bearish momentum. Maybe it has for the current 1 hour and current 4-hour candle, but has it done it for the next 4-hour candle, because again, there could be more exhaustive, pressure to the downside before the full reversal to the upside, right? But again, we'll see. It'll be interesting to see how, GJ does move. Okay, so yeah, so there's a 5-minute EMA here for USD CAD and a 15-minute EMA. Right, the 5-minute has no wick on the upside, so it can definitely reverse here. And on the flip side, it could push down here as well, because this candle had no wick. Right, so this current 30-minute candle looks pretty clean to the downside, but again, 5-minute and 15-minute EMA, no wick on the current candle on the upper end. So you could see this push back up. Right, 1-to-1. Look at this range right here. And now this one push down, could reject and push right back up here. So the current 50-minute candle right here, the current 50-minute candle still has 7 minutes to go. And the current 5-minute candle still has a couple minutes left. Let's see how it closes. Even if the 5-minute closes below, as it appears to be, the 15-minute candle has not closed. So that could push it right back up here. Oh, wow, look at GJ's push here. So this is at the top end of this smaller range right here. Now, will it respect this or will it continue up? Right, so this is the range I'm talking about right here. 1-to-1, 2, and now this could it come down? The certainty or the confluence could be the 2-hour and 4-hour EMA, but let's see here. Is USD CAD rejecting here? So that's how you can use, the inverse correlation here. Is USD CAD rejecting this EMA to the, to flip to the upside? And in that same scenario, would GJ reverse here to close off the 5 and 15-minute candle and a 30-minute now as well in the next 5-6 minutes to, see the push down here? And where is the 2-hour candle now? Or the 2-hour EMA? Let me just measure how far below it is to the 4-hour EMA. It's about 7.5 pips away. So we can see here if this is in fact a credible range. You can see now, you see that? It rejected the EMA now. And let's see the 5-minute as well. So the 5-minute, you can see it closed bullish. And now this could definitely proceed back up. So 1-to-1, look at this. This is what we call a range. Again, this was a wick. And this could be a complete push up. There is a 30-minute EMA right there. And we're getting another 30-minute close, by the way. 30-minute candle close in less than 5 minutes. And then we could see that push up with, the last 30 minutes of the hour and then the 4-hour for the push up here. So the 4-hour candle here, as you can see, could close bullish to the top end of this range, right? Or break out of that and fall right back in. And then we proceed to see how the new 4-hour candle and the new 1-hour candle will open up and so forth. So you can see now GJ is pushing back up here, but the 2-hour EMA still seems pretty valid here. Let me draw a ray for that as well. So you can see here now, if this is pretty valid here, if this setup is valid, this will come down. So a sell potentially could give us that trick here, or that TP target here to hit, prior to getting into the, pre-New York session. Let's see. Because it seems like GJ has slowed down and is still, still going bearish. But could I go with the sell stops here So I may consider that actually. Let me remove this. So it would be just down to the 2-hour EMA. Just a trade idea right now, not finalizing this yet. What would this be? 181.615. Again, only if I get a push above this existing range here. If I don't, it's going to fall right back below. So let's see, in USD CAD, seems to be at the bottom end of the range. Let's see how far it is above here. It's 9-10 pips. You know what? This could be a nice setup as well. A smaller setup. I think it'd be pretty fair here as well. Let's see here. This would be a nice buy here as well. Let me. If it comes back and taps the EMA here, so we're gonna get a close now. So I'm trying to capture the smaller range here. That's going to our direction for USD CAD. What will this be right here? 136.650. 1.36. Again, this is still a trade idea. I'm going to wait for the 30-minute to close. Yeah, there you go. So still waiting for this move to, kind of stop here in the next, it's actually like seconds away now to close out the 30-minute candle. And GJ, same thing, waiting for a push above here to set these sell stops. Again, capturing the smaller moves, but it's still a decent, what would that be, about 20 pips to the 2-hour EMA here, more than 22 pips. Right, so looking for a push down here, so I could set this here, set the stage for this smaller range. And will be 36,650 here. Should probably make it. Let's see here. Yeah, if I can get the push down to the EMA tap here, I'm gonna set this buy stop for USD CAD. Would it be 136? I think 650. And how far would that be off? We're at 2 pips away, I think. No, if it doesn't do it, no. They didn't give us enough breathing room here, so did not set that. But if it does come back down, 655, I think it's good. 136. Let's take a look at that. What is it? 136, 655. That's 10 pips on each end. But I need for the price to reach down to the EMA tap down here. Likewise with GJ, reach above here. Need a slight more push here. Look at where the 50-minute EMA as well. So yeah, even the 50-minute tap or 15-minute EMA would be nice. So I can enter this setup here. Slight push down here. So let's get this going so we have something to look forward for within London session. All right, nice push down. So we are now one before. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So guys, I'm setting this buy stop here on USD CAD. So no longer a trade idea. Okay, right here. So 10 pips for 10 pips. One. Let me look at GJ here. Okay, GJ might be set as well soon, but looking at 136.55. Sorry, 136.655 as the entry point, and it's a 10 pip TP, which is 136.755 with a stop loss of 10 pips as well, 136.555. And I'm looking to get the top end here and let runners run to the potential top end of the range here, right? So we'll see how that goes, but this is enter now. These buy stops on USD CAD, and so yeah, you can see that it may just reject here. So we're not in yet, but we are have entered these buy stops though. Just waiting for them to be triggered. And GJ now, let's see here. So GJ is pushing up here. Do we get enough room here? Ooh, we need one more push. So we have one 5-minute candle coming here. One new 5-minute candle. So let's see how the new 5-minute candle opens up. Could open up bullish here before we get a bearish, run. But still an idea yet. Not going to formalize it yet. Not going to enter this yet. Again, as you can see, this is more than 20 pips. All right, here USD CAD comes. Uh-oh, we're about to be in this. All right, still not in. Still not tapped in. All right, here's USD CAD. All right, tapped in. USD CAD is tapped in, guys. No wick on the bottom end, so we're going to have to be careful with that. But USD CAD is tapped in, and GJ, I still don't feel comfortable with this setup, so I'm going to avoid this for now. Unless GJ comes and pushes above here, then I'll be more inclined to have this setup ready. But USD CAD is in. We have no wick on the bottom end, so it could certainly push down, create a small wick on the bottom end of the candle, and then push back up. Or this current candle goes all the way up. All right, if GJ pushes above here, I'm going to be more confident in setting these sell stops on GJ. But USD CAD seems like it's frozen. Okay, yeah, now it's pushing. So we are in profit, but again, there's no wick on the bottom end of the current candle. So could push down first before coming back up. And GJ had a chance here again, but do not feel confident yet to set the sell stops yet. Even though GJ can push down here, but again, if we get another push above here, slightly above here, I can set these sell stops here for GJ. Here goes USD CAD. So we are in this. It's dropping below here. Now, does it reverse here? See, so it created a wick at the bottom end here. Now, does it push all the way up here to secure this range here and come right back to the top end of the larger range that we've drawn out here? And GJ here, let me see now. This would be a 20 pip 615. Let's keep it 620. But need a little bit more room from where the price is right now. Need at least above, 5 or 6 pips above for me to set these sell stops. If it breaks above this wick, I'll set these sell stops. I think 625 would be a better area. We're going to wait for this. Going to wait for this right now. I'm not in the GJ setup. I am in the USD CAD setup. So USD CAD is active. GJ waiting for the current candle to break above the previous wick, so I could be more confident in setting these sell stops. Will it give us another push here? We do have another 5-minute candle close coming. All right, here comes that push. And wow, USD CAD is pushing as well now. All right, here comes that push, 625. All right, guys, I'm setting these sell stops on GJ, guys. 620. It's gonna be 620 instead. So GJ sell stop at 181 620 with a 20 pip TP and 20 pip stop loss. Okay, we're gonna be in, guys. We're gonna be in on GJ. All right, we're in on GJ as well. GJ just got tapped in. This is what it is. Sometimes it's gonna be very, very quick. All right, let's go here. So it's got tapped in here to the spread and USD CAD as well. So 2 active setups here right before the 4-hour close. 181 620 is our entry. Stops at 181 820. So 20 pip stop loss. And 20 pip TP at 181 440. So 2 active setups here. Okay, so it's USD CAD is again tapping the 15 and 5-minute EMA, potentially rejecting that. So that's why I was looking for a break above this EMA or the wick on GJ, but fell certain before the 5-minute new 5-minute candle. So that's why that got activated. Now looking for the reversal here. So this would be, where is it? Sorry, close that. But this would be the kind of the range here, 1 to 1 here. And this rejects here and it pushes down here, right towards the 2-hour EMA. And we're about 4 minutes away from a 15-minute candle close. Now does this close below here, pushes down. And again, USD CAD is kind of idling right at the 5-minute and 15-minute EMA as well. So let's see. Do we get a rejection there? We're getting a strong bullish push on GJ here. Again, this current candle can still close below this range the next 3 minutes. Let's see. Again, because again, the bearish momentum on GJ was pretty strong here, right? So can we get one more reversal here, right, to the downside, and it potentially taps not only the 4-hour EMA but the 2-hour EMA down here as well before rejecting and coming up to the upside, right? So that's what I'm looking for GJ, and the 50-minute candle closing below the range here, right? And wow, strong push from USD CAD here. Let's see. So there's a non-wick candle here, fill, which it can come down to. And let's see how GJ closes as well. It'll be very interesting how the next 2 minutes play out here. But USD CAD seems like it's a very strong push here. Wow. Look at USD CAD. Wow, look at that. So it did fill up this non-wick candle here. Now is it going to reverse here? Still got 2 minutes left. Will it reverse here? Or will it continue down here? But it did fill up this non-wick candle here. So was it targeting that? And then the reversal? All right, 1 minute left to close off the 50-minute candle and the 5-minute candle. Now, will the 50-minute candle close below here? And for USD CAD, will it come right back up? Be very interesting now here how it plays out. And then we're also 15 minutes away. We're 16 minutes away from the 4-hour candle closure. So that's a big candle close coming as well in less than 16 minutes. Here's USD CAD, so still active in this. Now it appears that it will close below the 15-minute EMA. USD CAD will. And GJ seems like it's going to kind of wick right at top end of the range here for the 50-minute candle close right there. All right, so opened up bearish here. So this is the last 50-minute candle before the hour closes and the 4-hour closes here. So let's see how these candles close now. It'll be very interesting here. Now you can see the 30-minute is still could be valid because 30-minute hasn't closed yet. So the 30-minute can close below here and push all the way down. Again, the bearish momentum has not closed on GJ. That's how I felt according to how GJ was moving, even past the 4-hour EMA as well. And how it pushed past the 1-hour EMA. Right? So right now it's at the 1-hour EMA right now. Let's see. Do we get another strong push here? And USD CAD seems, to go bearish here, but let's see. Can we get a push up above? And does GJ push down here? So GJ has a nice bearish push here. Let's see. Does it reject this from the upside, the EMA, to the downside? And this will be could this be a bearish close here? Right, all the way down. Be very interesting. But GJ is making that push now. And let's see how USD CAD reacts here. All right, here comes GJ. Again, could close the full candle bearish here. And we'll let the runners run here. All right, here comes USD CAD. Okay, so you got out of the GJ buys. Right, you can see, yeah, how it started wicking, to the downside potentially, right? So that's why I decided to even take the sell stops on GJ. And, feel like the 1 hour will close bearish here all the way down here. And tap the 2 hour EMA. Again, need a strong bullish push from USD CAD here. And a bearish run on GJ here. Let's see. Will it continue the push? Nice. Need another strong bearish push here. And here comes USD CAD. Let's see. Nice bearish push from GJ. You're going to need another stronger push here to close out the 5-minute candle. And then the next 5-minute opening could really ride it down all the way down. And that's what would be a healthy push down, bearish push down, where we can even intend to, leave the runners after it hits TP. But let's see here. But we're right at, the entry point for GJ. And again, USD CAD is relaxing as well here now. Again, the 30-minute could close right back above here, with GJ on the other end closing, bearish here as well. So the full 1 hour candle can close bearish with the engulfing end as well. But let's see. Need a strong bearish finish here from GJ. But GJ is right at the entry point here. And we're going to have a new 5-minute candle for GJ and USD CAD here. Two setups that we are actively in right now. All right, here GJ opens up the new 5-minute candle, but there's no wick on the upper end. Bearish run here to close off the 1 hour with a bearish engulfing end. Right, so bearish engulfing end of the candle for GJ here would do the trick. And a bullish end for USD CAD here. Let's see. Be very, very interesting finish here. We got what? Less than 9 minutes left. So let's see. So we're right slightly in profit on GJ now. Right? Could we make a nice push to close off, in TP here for GJ? And for USD CAD now, need a bullish run here. Again, GJ may certainly give us the 1 hour finish with a bullish engulfing candle, or bearish engulfing candle, and hit TP. But we're right just slightly in profit here with GJ. Let's see. Need a strong finish here from GJ all the way down. Right, we are with the 4 hour EMA above here, and have the 2 hour EMA right below the bottom end of the range here. But need a okay, so USD CAD is pushing aggressive now on the bearish end. But could we get a bullish close here on USD CAD and a bearish close on GJ? So very critical candles here. And this is all what it's all about right here, right? How we can be composed in such a time while the trade is active, right? So it's all real-time action, real life trading here. Can we get that push from GJ here Right? Can we get that bearish push? And can we get that bullish close from USD CAD? Very interesting here. So we could, again, potentially see some drastic movement in the last 5 minutes before the 4-hour candle and 1-hour candle opening. So it could be very tempting here. But you could see now it can certainly close. The full candle can be a bearish engulfing candle and completely erase the bullish aspect here on GJ, on the 1-hour candle. I mean, I would even say, yeah, the 4-hour as well. Just need one strong push here. And here, USD CAD is attempting the bullish angle here. But is it strong enough? And here's GJ again. Just a minute shy of a new 5-minute candle. And again, that could be the last 5-minute candle that can potentially push GJ and USD CAD. Well, USD CAD at least to maybe the break even point. GJ at least down to the 181.550 zone. Let's see how the last 5-minute closes here, which is again very critical because we have a large or higher time frame candle closing, the 4-hour candle, which is the highest closing of a candle before the daily. So within a day, that's the largest close of a candle. All right, so USD CAD is still in drawdown, but seems like it's wicking on the downside for the push up. But we need a drastic bullish push on a USD CAD. Let's see here. Again, can GJ close a strong bearish candle here? And can USD CAD here close bullish here? A strong bearish candle. Let's see. Now I was hoping to, have a strong bearish candle from GJ and potentially close out the GJ setup, right? The 1-hour would turn bearish here and potentially hit our TP prior to the 4-hour candle opening. But it seems to me, GJ doesn't seem to be cooperating here fully, right? So we're still 4 minutes shy. A lot could happen in the last 3-4 minutes here, but we're looking to hit TP on this setup here for GJ potentially. Now it may not happen before the 4-hour close here, and USD CAD here is still stuck down there in drawdown. But we could aim for the reversal here because it did come and fill up this non-wick candle, and we could see the 4-hour open up with a bullish push before it comes back down, right? And also our intended sell stops on GJ or USD CAD, which are still here, are that USD CAD does push up above here before we aim to sell USD CAD. And GJ is still literally right at the break even point, still looking for that big push. Now we're less than 3 minutes shy of the 4-hour candle opening. Very interesting now where these candles will close for both USD CAD and GJ. I mean, USD CAD is very close to the stop out here. Let's see how what happens there. Okay. All right, so again, break even point for GJ. Just 3 minutes shy. So GJ is just, floating around the break-even point, and USD CAD is making a bullish attempt, but still in drawdown here, right? Still, how many pips is that? Still about 5 point, yeah, around 5 pips in drawdown. There's a 10 pip stop loss. And GJ is at the break-even point, slightly in profit. 2 minutes shy of the 4-hour close here. And again, here comes USD CAD trying to make the bullish run here. So I am going to leave these trades open into the 4-hour candle opening. I'm anticipating that they will go towards the direction, that we're in right now for both pairs. All right, just a minute shy of the 4-hour candle closing now. Let's see. All right, yeah, so we're going to close right around break even for GJ right now. Close the 4-hour candle here at the break even point. I'm going to continue holding on to these setups. USD CAD setup and GJ setup right now, going into the 4-hour candle, the new 4-hour candle. And let's see how they open up now, right? So here's a 4-hour. We could see a push down again to tap the 4-hour and potentially the 2-hour EMA down below for GJ. But I'm gonna, keep it on the on the 5-minute candle here to see how it opens up. And on the 4-hour, you can see for USD CAD, we have some room to move up here before the sell-off. All right, here is the new 4-hour candle. Okay. For both pairs. Still right around the break-even point. For GJ. And USD CAD has no wick on the upper end of the candle, the current 4-hour candle. Again, it is ranging in this territory here. That's in drawdown on the USD CAD pair right here. It's a relatively small consolidation zone here within our drawdown area for USD CAD. On the other end, GJ, you can consider this a small consolidation zone that's, kind of at our break-even point. And that's why, GJ keeps coming back to the break-even point here. But can we get a strong bearish candle here? Again, the bearish momentum on GJ, I mentioned that it didn't die off. So could we get that bearish momentum right here at the opening of the 4-hour candle to push down here, tap the 4-hour EMA and tap the 2-hour EMA, which would, give us the TP target. That's all that I'm looking for GJ. And then the reversal, but I may avoid that for now. But in USD CAD here, looking for the 4-hour bullish push before looking for the sell-off. So accordingly, both pairs are moving in line with the analysis right now, but just not getting the volume to kick in to, push it to our direction yet, right? So still kind of consolidating in certain zones here. And here goes USD CAD again. So no wick still. Has not created a wick above yet, so could come back up to push that, create that, then potentially create a bullish engulfing candle, tap the 5-minute EMA and then the 15-minute EMA, and then go towards the 30-minute EMA. But again, that's a stretch right now just because it's moving a little slow right now. But once we get some volume to kick in, That's a very probable move for USD CAD. And GJ again is just consolidating right at the break-even point. So I could even close out without any loss here with GJ, but I certainly feel that we can get a further bearish push on GJ before we get the reversal. That's the intention on holding out GJ right now, even though again I can close out a break even. But there are, heavy confluences with the larger time frame EMAs, the 4-hour EMA below, the 2-hour EMA below, a potential range, bottom end touch with the EMAs in line, and a bearish momentum on GJ, right? So all these things are, sticking together right now, and that's why the trade is still active and I'm still holding on, even though I'm in slight profit, break even, since the last 20 minutes now almost on GJ. And again, here is the push from USD CAD, but still looking for the reversal on USD CAD and looking for a bearish push here on GJ. It's not giving us that push yet, which is unfortunate. All right, so GJ is back in drawdown. Again, still looking for that bearish push on GJ. But it's still kind of consolidating, with the break-even point being at the middle of that consolidation zone. And here USD CAD is attempting to stop us out at the bottom here. New 5-minute candle. And it itself has no wick at the bottom end. The previous 5-minute candle had no wick at the top end. Could come up and fill that up, tap the EMA and come back down, or make a strong attempt at a bullish run to the top side of the larger range in mind. All right, so it did create a wick at the bottom end here, and it's pushing strong now. USD CAD is. And GJ here, the other setup here, is in drawdown, but again, it's still in that consolidation zone here. Slightly larger this time, but still here. Again, still looking at the bearish momentum on GJ. And this, this bearish or bullish push on GJ on the new 1-hour candle here can still come in down and become a bearish candle, right? It just crossed the 1-hour EMA. Certainly can come right back down and continue that bearish momentum. And USD CAD can certainly come back up and create a wick or a bullish push here on the 4-hour candle, on the new 4-hour candle, to the upside here, to the top end of the range here, and then come back down. Right, even on the 4-hour candle, again, the 4-hour candle just opened up 6 minutes ago. This can continue bearish here, tap the 4-hour EMA, and then tap the 2-hour EMA, which it hasn't yet, and then reverse to the upside. By that time, we'll already have hit TP, right? So this is the active setup with GJ right now. Slightly in drawdown. And USD CAD is about 6 pips in drawdown, but looking for that bearish bullish push. One strong bullish candle can bring it right back up and right to the top end here, which would hit TP here as well. So let's see. All right, GJ is now making a run for it. There is a 5-minute EMA above here, but again, the 1-hour EMA still could be rejected here as well. But the 1-hour again just opened up, so we're gonna have to anticipate what type of bullish run GJ has before it drops. And oh wow, USD CAD is just dropping here now. Can it still come back up here? Or does it not have room to push down? Let's see. Wow, look at that. Could still comply with this consolidation zone and come right back up. And GJ could come right back down, right? It could tap this EMA here, or it could just push down. Again, the 1 hour EMA had been crossed, so it could reject that and continue to the downside. And we do have a 5-minute candle coming up, new 5-minute candle coming up in less than 2 minutes. So you can see here USD CAD nearly did fill up this non-wick candle here, and now could continue the bullish push. And then that means this trade would be survived, right? Wow, look at that. So by survive, I mean just a few pips here, 1.3 pips, and then now it's 4 pips from there, and now it's pushing up. And we could get a bearish push now on GJ as well, which would be very well in line with the inverse correlation with USD CAD here. We got 1 more minute left to close off a 5-minute candle. And now if that 5-minute candle can continue the ride up, there is a non-wick candle. So the 4 hour on the USD CAD pair did not have a wick on the top end. So it could come and fill that up, tap the 5-minute EMA and cross that and cross into this zone territory here, the range territory that we've drawn out here, and come all the way up to the 30-minute EMA and potentially the 1 hour up here, right? And then the sell-off can be considered. On the other end, looking to see how the 5-minute candle closes here on GJ, so we can see if it continues bearish here, as we're aiming for a bearish, push down here to our intended TP target. Again, it's not a large target, 20 pip TP target for GJ. So once it does, come down here, potentially tap the 4 hour EMA, the 2 hour EMA, then we can close out the setup, looking for a reversal. But again, we don't have much breathing room now, especially on USD CAD here. So need that push up here, right? So need this candle, need this new 5-minute candle now to push up, break above the 5-minute and the 50-minute EMA, and push all the way up, bullish. So again, GJ is still, USD CAD is still riding bearish here, but again, no wick on the current. Okay, now nice push. Look at that. And they're looking to fill up this non-wick candle right here. Right, looking to fill up this non-wick candle, tap the 5-minute, the 50-minute EMA, and burst and break out of this consolidation zone to its way up here. Right, with the new 5-minute, 4-hour candle, we could see it expose a wick above here, right? We could see it push above here and then bring all the way back up here on the 1 hour, tap the 1 hour EMA, and then look for potential reversals. So that's the target end for USD CAD. And here GJ comes down here. Let's see. Had created a large wick here, but on the 1 hour, again, it could be a rejection here with a continuation down on the bearish end to our intended TP target here, right? But still looking for this current 4-hour candle on USD CAD to come up as it has no wick and continue up, break the 5-minute, fill up this non-wick candle here, which was the opening of the 4-hour candle, and tap the 5-minute and 50-minute EMA and break above that. Okay, so the 50-minute, if the next 3 minutes can close or tap into the EMAs, we could get a nice strong finish up here. But if it closes where it's at right now, it still has good area for movement to the upside. And let's see how GJ closes the 50-minute candle here. We got less than 3 minutes left. Could it continue all the way bearish here? past our break-even point into profit, and then the next 50-minute candle can certainly push it right all the way down here, which would be a very nice move here and in line with our range analysis here. All right, just 2 minutes shy now of the 50-minute candle to close. As you can see now, every close of every candle now is very, very critical, right? From the 5-minute to the 50-minute to the 30-minute. Very, very critical here for us to survive these setups and see how price is moving, right? So I'm actually talking about, as I'm explaining, how we're adjusting or how we're going to actively manage the trade, I'm talking about the behavior of how, the candles are reacting and moving. And that's very important to recognize, especially if you want to be really good at, in active trade manager. If you want to really actively trade manage, especially in scalping pairs, right? Scalping smaller ranges, you need to understand the behavior of these candles as well, right? Even if it's going against you, as long as you understand the behaviors of why it's doing that, that's completely fine. So GJ now here, we have not hit the 50-minute close yet, but it seems like it's rejecting that. On the other hand, USD CAD continues to pour down here. Let's see. Will the new 50-minute candle push it back up, or will it continue to push down on USD CAD? Very, very interesting here. Just, seconds away from the close. All right, here USD CAD comes. Oh, wow. Look at that push. All right, if there's no reversal here, it's going to hit our stops. Will it reverse here? Or will it not? Very close. All right, here's GJ as well. So the 30-minute looks like it's going to push down, but again, could it create another wick before it comes down? USD CAD on the other end has just a lot of bearish, momentum here, at least in the last, how many 50-minute candles here. We had one bullish close, but just a bearish push seems like it's not died down, right? We could get a bullish close here, but will it tap us out before it, continues up? Which will be unfortunate, but we're still surviving the setup right now. Again, it was not a large setup here. 10 pip stop loss to 10 pip TP. So a 1-to-1, but if we can get a good bullish close here, this would be survivable, but seems like, USD CAD is just not dying off with the bearish momentum here. And now in return, now GJ is showing, bullish signs here. Look at this. Shows bullish signs and then just dies off. Was still in the setup somehow. But again, if we get a bearish close of, the next candle closes bearish here, then there's not much breathing room for this trade to survive. But let's see. Nonetheless, all right, here comes, another bullish push here from GJ. And here comes USD CAD now. Oh, here comes USD CAD. So this one, it maybe stopped out here. Look at that. Wow. So we're about 2 minutes shy of another 5-minute close. But I mean, if this is not stopped out, wow, look at this, guys. Look at that. I mean, unless it hasn't died off in the bearish momentum, if this reverses here, I mean, wow, that was close. We'll see. And GJ is right here. So it still hasn't died off itself. Oh, wow. Could this be a complete reversal here? And have, I mean, this is not even a pip of survival here. Look at this. So the good thing is, guys, with the buy stops and sell stops, right? Not instant execution. You may be tapped in with spread, but the the original stop loss will still stay intact without spread being a factor here, right? So unless your broker is doing injustice, this should be set as that. The spread should only be at the indication of when you getting tapped in early, not with your sell stops being cut out because of spread. So keep that in mind. And that's another advantage of buy limit orders, whether it's buy limits or buy stops, or sell stops or sell limits. Okay, so let's see. Still, this could be an amazing survival story here for USD CAD. I mean, and overall the setup here. But again, I'm not sure if it has completed its bearish momentum or if it just continues to ride down here, right? Will it come back up? We'll have to see, but this seems to be not, wanting to close bullish here just because of the bearish momentum, just very strong bearish momentum. GJ, on the other hand, is showing signs of wicks to the upside, but still pushing up. Now, the current candle on USD CAD is still, there's no wick on the current candle as well. So that's, I mean, a lot of candles here now with no wick. But this would be just an incredible survival story on USD CAD. If it survives, now we do have the 50-minute candle coming up in 9 minutes. But again, if this pushes down further, this will be a lost cause. But if this pushes up, I mean, this will be an amazing survival on the stop loss here. Wow. And look at that continuation of, guys. Look at that on USD. Again, if this pushes up, I mean, talk about setting an appropriate stop loss here, right? With minimal breathing room. Right now, GJ seems to be coming down as well. So again, we're approaching a 30-minute close now. So the 30-minute could very well push, above here. And now USD CAD is coming up. But look at this, guys. Nothing has been touched here. The stops were set prior to, the whole setup here. And if this could be a complete, I mean, this is just incredible here. What is this? 0.1 pips, guys. Wow. Again, doesn't mean that, it hasn't been stopped. It won't come back and stop us out. But if this reverses here, that's about 2.4 pips away. If this reverses here, but again, it's showing a lot of signs of bearish momentum here, which is not good. And again, is indicative of it coming right back down. And in this case, it would stop us out. And here comes GJ again with the, stronger bearish momentum here. And here is USD CAD here. Yeah, I don't think this will be a survival story right there. Okay, guys. Yep, this has been tapped. So can we deem it that USD CAD here was rejected at the 30-minute EMA and respected this range to the downside and will come all the way down here, right? On the other end, GJ is still an active setup here. So if USD CAD here does not continue bearish here, GJ will reverse here to the downside as well, right? So we still have the 4-hour, it could be a second tap of the 4-hour EMA down below. Strong bearish push here on USD CAD here. Let's see. Okay, now we're approaching the 5-minute EMA for GJ. So again, the 30-minute has not closed yet. We still have about 6 minutes left. See the 4-hour here. So this could be a push up as well. And USD CAD is making a run, for the bearish end. Let's see here. Okay, a strong push here. Could we get a rejection here? We do have a new 5-minute candle coming up as well. And again, has USD CAD expired itself of the bearish push here or not? We're going to have to see. Okay, so we're getting again, open up with no wick on the upper end of the candle, so it may just come right back. Let's see here. But we do have a 30-minute candle close coming as well, right? So can we get a push down here? Yes, Rayanne, we do have a Telegram group. You can see in the description. I believe it should be in the description as well, so you can join from there. All right, so we're looking for the 30-minute close here. So GJ is still an active setup here. We're looking for the 30-minute close. Can we get a bearish close here? Or we're going to get a continuation, to the downside on USD CAD. And we're going to get a bullish close on GJ. Let's see. So looking for that push down. It is rejecting the EMA, but again, is it strong enough? We'll have to see. Is the 30-minute going to close below here? Or is it going to continue bullish? Let's see how the 30-minute closes. Again, there is the 4-hour and 2-hour EMA below. And could USD CAD come up as well? I mean, that would be unfortunate because we would probably be stopped up by a 1 pip or, less than 2 pips here. But let's see. Again, Mondays haven't been our best days, but an attempt is there, right? Yeah, so we could get a push down again. We'll see. Here's the 30-minute. Let's see how that closes. So it's, well on bullish now on GJ. Less than 3 minutes left. Unless it makes a drastic, bearish push. And here comes USD CAD. So I mean, that would be unfortunate if USD CAD comes all the way back up. Oh wow. Let's see. I'm just gonna draw a horizontal ray where our stops were. 36. Actually, let me just double check this. Okay, excellent. Appreciate it. Hopefully, um, you join more streams as well. A lot of education, a lot of step by step candle behavior. So a lot of things to learn. In the group, of course, I post all the setups as well. Um, the ones that are on the stream and so forth. So looking forward to seeing you in the group and also on the streams. So welcome. And USD CAD here. Let's see here. So 10 pips was right around the 136,555. So yeah, 1.8 pips would have been a stop out. Okay, just a minute shy now of the 30-minute close. Okay, we're getting a strong, bearish push here on GJ, but is it done yet? I mean, is the bullish, push done yet? It did close, with the wick. GJ did. Let me just create a horizontal ray where our stops were. So that's where our stops were. Let's see how far off the price goes below. If it continues bullish, then it may continue bullish from now on. But let's see. So dude is the only active setup left. So currently we were stopped up on USD CAD with just 1.7 pips out right now. Currently, if it does completely reverse here. GJ is still an active setup right now. So let's see if this completes here. Be very interesting to see. Oh yeah, I mean that's Monday for you. Last Monday again, we had a not so good setup day with back-to-back losses. But then again, we came around Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, middle of the week, and we finished strong with powerful wins with no stream on Friday, but just price is just oddly moving. Again, it could be opening of the week, uncertainty, but nonetheless, still have to follow along here. And GJ is the a setup that's still alive for us right now. And look at USD CAD. Oh my god, look at this. USD CAD here was just 1.7 pips shy, and Could potentially go all the way up here. Yeah, GJ exactly. Yeah, GJ is just pushing against us, but again, it has room, to come down here, right? You can see now the 30-minute close above, but even the 1 hour can continue bearish here, right? With room of higher confluences with the 4 hour and 2 hour EMA here, right? And then I'll potentially look for the reversal, but let's see. Still have a hope on GJ here because GJ again could push down here. Did it have an EMA tap right now, and then have certainty because now USD CAD is pushing up, right? So we got stopped at 1.7 pips on USD CAD, and now it could show a complete reversal, right? It could fill up this gap here, and you can see now fill up this gap here and completely show find a reversal, and then there's this setup here as well. Where is the 15-minute EMA? Let's see. You can see this, the 30-minute could imitate the left here and come right down. And again, the 1 hour, now we're closing in on the last 25 minutes of the 1 hour here. So it can definitely, reject the 1 hour EMA and push down and even close bearish, right? So I have a bearish engulfing candle here. So it can trust this setup here for a strong finish here, right? GJ may have wanted to, wake out here before pushing down. Potential liquidity grab here, but let's see. Still have hope in this setup. And USD CAD again, I have hope in USD CAD. We got stopped out by 1.7 pips here. Yeah, 1.7 pips and it's still alive, towards our direction here. Let's see here. You can see there could be a strong bearish push on GJ here. Look at that. And then there goes, USD CAD here. So a setup that I would look for if I hadn't, if we hadn't got stopped out here. See, now GJ is making a nice push here. Nice. So it's rejecting the 1 hour and can continue bearish here. So USD CAD here, this would be a really nice setup right above the previous high here. And we're looking at 136,600 to the 30-minute EMA here. Just 12 pips and 12 pips here. I think this will be right below this wick here. Perfect. Yeah, see this, it can definitely reject this 1 hour EMA and push down. And USD CAD here. Buy stops at 1 point. See GJ here? I get 1 point. Was it 136,600? All right, here comes GJ. It's an active trade right now, right? So told you to have hope here. So it needed to create this wick here, liquidity grab here, and then now we're getting the push down here. So very nice. And again, it could be a bearish engulfing candle that I can push down here for GJ. And this USD CAD setup here will be the last setup of my day. So I'm not going to be trading New York session. I'm going to be in this setup here, guys. So waiting for the USD CAD setup to be activated. Right here, 2 pips away. Yeah, about to be activated. And here comes GJ to push down here. And here, okay, here comes USD CAD. So this is, I'm looking for a potential trade. This trade idea will be maybe for intraday swing if it does come up here and reject here. Let's see here. But this trade seems pretty clean, guys. I am in this setup here waiting for it to be active. So 12 pips on both ends. And here is GJ. So back at the break-even point. Right. So hopefully you still held on GJ. And here it comes. Here it comes. And here's GJ. So USD CAD is active as well. So 12 pips on both ends. Right here. And where's the 1 hour here? So looking for two TPs on USD CAD here. 24 pips. So USD CAD is 2 TPs active in profit. And you just pushing down. Look at that. It's perfect, guys. Look at this. That's what I'm talking about here. All right, let's go. And you can see we got stopped up by 1.7 pips. If this wasn't the case, I would have never re-entered on this one. But so GJ, it can definitely tap the 4 hour here, right? So that's what I'm looking towards, tapping the 4 hour and then 2 hour and maybe create a wick as well to the bottom end here. It could come down here as well, but I'm gonna actually 450. Yeah, potentially it can, again, temporarily, not, I wouldn't say completely, because these rejections are strong, right? The 4 hour rejection could be strong, but definitely we could see a push down, at least a wick being created, and then a potential reversal. That's because I'm looking at USD CAD reversing when it's up here. So I still see there's some breathing room for USD CAD here to come up, and likewise GJ to push down, and then the reversal to be created. But could break the 450 lows. It could break that, and potentially be a wick to the upside. That's for GJ. And yes, USD CAD I'm in right now. And you can see that it is slightly rejecting, did come up and fill this up, rejecting the 5-minute EMA, but still in the setup is a 12 pip stop loss here for USD CAD. And looking at the 4 hour again, it still has not fully created a wick on the top end. Although it's pushing strong here, but let's see. GJ right at the break-even point again, but looking for that push. I mean, the 4 hour EMA tap, looking for it, a higher certainty that it will tap and go through. And USD CAD still has room to push up here. So USD CAD, guys, is a 2 TP setup here. 2 TP setup here. That's, right at break even right now. And let me just show you guys a 2 TP setup here. 136,720. Oh, here comes GJ, guys. Nice. Let's keep it moving. And TB1. Again, I would have never have entered USD CAD if we didn't get stopped up by 1.7 pips. But because of that, you know, it showed signs that, the stop loss may have been slightly short. If it was, 1.7 pips more, would have not been stopped out. But again, I still see movement to the upside for USD CAD. So that's why I felt that this was a strong point right here, this entry. And we are in drawdown, but it's fine. One more push down from GJ, and it's going to break to the downside to the 4-hour EMA and eventually to our TP1 target. As you can see here, the 1 hour looks, a clean push down here. And USD CAD on the other end, TP1 target, and then TP2 target is up here. So yeah, USD CAD is active, GJ is active, and I wouldn't be looking for any entries for London session or New York session now. So I'm gonna stick with these two, and that would be, I would call it a day. But again, I'll still look for reversals on USD CAD and GJ for the longer intraday range, right? So I'm gonna look out for that. GJ has fallen into a profit now. Again, with the 1 hour, it's pretty convincing that it can drop down to the 4-hour EMA and the 2-hour EMA, and even below that. So that's why I'm holding on to GJ past that, or letting runners run past the TP target. And USD CAD on the other end, looking to capture 2 TP setup here. Just slightly move this here so it's more clear. Okay, here's the USD CAD setup. Again, we are in USD CAD. It's a 2 TP setup. And GJ, we're just trying to capture the 1 TP here, and let runners run. Potentially could have a, bearish push here before it reverses, right? So that's what I'm looking at. But again, very strong break-even point here because it continues to consolidate as soon as it gets to the break-even point. But nonetheless, looking for a bearish finish here. We did open up a new 50-minute candle, so looking for the 50-minute candle to continue bearish here to close off the hour. And likewise for USD CAD, looking for the hour to close strong here and bullish. And again, I have a very strong feeling here, guys, that USD CAD will finish to TP2 here. And amazingly enough, we'll have a very nice profitable day, right? If these setups hit. So GJ could hit TP1 plus runners, hitting our second target. And then USD CAD hitting 2 TPs here, which would put us into profitability for the day, even though we lost, 2 setups here. But because of the USD CAD setup that was lost by 1.7 pips, right? And now reassurance of that setup, being a valid setup, that's why it was re-entered. And I would avoid any setups for New York session, as this would be enough for the day. But I'm going to look for the larger range. I'll speak about that before I leave the stream. I'll give you guys the larger range that I'm looking for that I've been talking about, throughout the stream. That was the intended range that I, was wanting to trade. But again, a little bit of slow movement, and some, movement against us didn't allow us to capture that. But wow, now GJ is moving up here now. But again, the 50-minute candle hasn't closed. Still looking for the bearish close on the 1 hour candle here, right? So looking for the current, it's still the 4 hour candle as well, but the current 1 hour candle to reject the EMA here and close bearish. But it continues to come back and follow and, reach the 1 hour EMA somehow again. But again, looking for a bearish close here on the 50-minute candle and the 1 hour candle, right? So looking for a bearish close, and certainly it can push down to the 4 hour EMA, and then the next hour can, continue downwards. So that's what I'm looking for, GJ, but USD CAD, I'm looking for a 2 TP setup. And again, what a day that could have ended in, 2 or 3 losses is going to end up profitable. And that's the amazing thing about these setups. Sometimes it may just lag, but we may just get that push, and keeping in discipline and with good psychology, everything can work here, right? All right, I'm just going to keep a track of the 1 hour here. So I'm just going to put a horizontal ray at the 1 hour mark here, which is again in line with the top end of the range here, but just going to keep a marker there. So that's where the 1 hour EMA is. You can see essentially the distance between the 1 hour and 4 hour EMA is, 14, 15 pips. So that's why I'm trying to capture the full 20 pips, which would, be at the 2 hour EMA mark here. So now GJ is trying to break above the 1 hour EMA. Again, still got 9 minutes left. But certainly, this is just amazing how, GJ has been moving just against us in the last minutes of a large candle closure, right? Although it's been survivable, but just the way it's been moving is just so atypical. Again, could be a Monday, but nonetheless, even with the push against us, still, it can still ride down here, right? Because the 1 hour has not closed yet. We still got 8 minutes left. It could certainly be a rejection to the downside. But again, markets don't always move in the, in a straight line here, right? So it's always going to be wavy here. So we're going to have to just be patient here. Let's see. How many pips away is it from the 1 hour EMA now? It's about 3.5 pips. So yeah, that could be pushed down very fast. We still got 8 minutes left. So a lot of time. This is USD CAD here. It's also, right around the entry mark as well. Again, can certainly see USD CAD pushing up here, right? And breaking above that point. And GJ, on the other hand, is just continues to run a bullish run here. It continues to have a bullish run, but let's see. Will it exhaust itself and continue bearish here? So, I mean, it's still some pips away from the EMA here. So, again, if it rejects, if it closes below this EMA and closes with a bearish engulfing candle, then this is certainly going to ride down the next hour, right? But if it closes here, it's a very odd close here. And let's see how USD CAD, closes up as well. So it did come and fill up this non-wick candle here, but it barely did and it just jumped down again. All right, so under 5 minutes or under 6 minutes left to close off the 1 hour candle. You can see now the 1 hour can close bullish here and give us that run on USD CAD. Well, this is the 1 hour, so yeah, this could be, turn into a bullish engulfing candle. Here's a 30-minute candle here. All right, so under 5 minutes left now. So this is how GJ closed the previous 5-minute candle, and now it's making a run here. Very interesting here. And USD CAD is right around the break-even point now. All right, into profit now. Let's see if you can make a strong push here. Right, this is the 4-hour candle here on USD CAD. Gonna make a strong push to close above here and make that push above. Let's see. And here's GJ also moving bullish. But can the 1 hour close below? Where is the 1 hour now? It's right there. So it's about 7 pips, 7.5 pips. So can they push down in the next 4 minutes to close below the range, or below the, I guess below the range as well, and also below the 1 hour EMA? Can they make that push down prior to that, prior to the 1 hour candle closure? And can USD CAD continue a bullish run to close off the 1 hour as well? So all right, here it is. So this is the 1 hour candle here. So again, looking for this current candle to push above here and create a bullish engulfing candle, right, to the upside, and then next hour can push it all the way up here. So let's see how that transpires. So it just tapped the 5-minute EMA, so that's why there's a little retracement there. But another attempt to push bullish here. Let's see. Right, and cross the 5-minute EMA towards the 15-minute EMA. And here's GJ now in the middle of between stop loss and our break-even point. So again, also attempting to run bullish here, but let's see how the 1 hour closes. And USD CAD is at the break-even point, pushing slightly into profit. All right, let's see how the 1 hour closes. I mean, it's still bearish. Under 2 minutes left. I mean, this from where price is right now to where, yeah, it's less than half a pip. And here's GJ tapping the 5-minute EMA, but it appears to, that it'll close above that 1 hour EMA. And now it's just pushing here. Unless it makes a drastic reversal here. And here's USD CAD as well. So rejecting the 5-minute EMA, but right around the, slightly in drawdown, right around the break-even point. And GJ may close below the 5-minute EMA, but still well above the 1 hour EMA. Interesting. Now I may close above the 5-minute EMA. And we got under a minute left. And here's how the pairs are about to close. All right, here's a new 1 hour candle. So the previous candle on the USD CAD did close bearish. Still has not filled up. So this 1 hour candle could fill up this non-wick candle, the previous non-wick candle. But will it go down bearish first? And here's GJ. Will it make a bearish attempt here? Very interesting here. Well, we do have the 1 hour EMA down below. Okay, now USD CAD is making a strong bearish attempt here. But again, still showing signs of a bullish push above because of the 30-minute EMA and the top end of the range. And the 1 hour EMA as well above. And here comes GJ again back down. Yeah, it's looking very bullish. Potentially, yes, on the 4 hour you could see that, it could show signs that it could continue to push up. But just because of, some of the bearish pushes before, right? We could see a bearish push before it comes back up. But again, this whole movement here, was very odd because of just the way it was rejecting the 1 hour and then just pushed above. Again, we could get some, market manipulation here. And of course, with the Monday opening as well, right? Now we're anticipating that, again, USD CAD is moving in line, right? And using that as a side node here for inverse correlation. So we could see a push up, from USD CAD here to the upside. And with GJ pushing down. But yes, it was an odd close here on GJ for sure, right? If it definitely closed below here, I mean, a bearish attempt here down below the 1 hour EMA would have, easily got to the 4 hour EMA here. And again, you can see now how GJ is moving here seems to be making another bearish attempt here. As you can see, the previous 4 hour candles here, bearish, 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 bearish. And we could get another bearish close here, or at least a bearish run before it reverses here. So right, signs would be that it's showing more bearish attempt, but now this could be the, the exploding bullish candle here to, change the whole trend here. But let's see. One bearish candle here could do the trick all the way down to the 4-hour EMA. And with USD CAD, again, I still feel very bullish here because of the non-wick candle now and higher time frame EMAs above, the 30-minute and the 1-hour EMA above. So still feel very confident with these setups. But with GJ, the previous hour close was very odd, right? Especially closing above the 1-hour EMA, since it's shown a lot of signs of closing the 1-hour as bullish here. So even you can see now these signs of exhausting from the upside, as previously in the previous all these 2-hour candles here were bearish. So certainly you can see signs of bearish momentum here with this current candle here, right? So the next hour now, in under 55 minutes, we're going to get another 2-hour close. So this 2-hour close could also be bullish here, but then the reversal could appear after that. So that's what I'm looking at and aiming at as well, that the bearish push has not completed. The only thing that could reverse it is the 4-hour candle here. But is it too early on right now, as the new 4-hour candle just opened up an hour ago? That's the question here. All right, here you can see now, as I mentioned, USD CAD is showing signs of bullish momentum here. So we could see a bullish push here all the way up to TP2, which would give us considerable ground on the stop outs earlier. But GJ is just, again, the question mark here. Can certainly see a bearish push here. But let's see. Could we get that here or no? Here comes USD CAD. Can certainly see that push all the way up to TP2 for USD CAD. Again, I also feel, the 2-hour candle, since all the previous candles closed bearish and there's bearish momentum, there's bearish signs, there's bearish confluences below. Can certainly see it tap the 4-hour again and the 2-hour EMA this time, as it did not tap the 2-hour earlier, the 2-hour EMA. Right, so the 2-hour candle can come and tap the 2-hour EMA and close bearish, and then the next candle beyond that, can reverse it to close the 4-hour bullish on GJ. But we have a lot of time, since then. That's the idea here. Even the 2-hour now, the current 2-hour candle for USD CAD can close bullish all the way up top here and tap the 2-hour EMA, right? So the 1-hour and 2-hour are very close by, and they both can be tapped, by USD CAD here in this given hour or the preceding hour. But let's see. Well, the only unfortunate thing with GJ would be that I had a 20 pip stop loss. Now, would that be, good enough for the setup? Or will it come up here? Maybe potentially come up to this bottom end right here of this, larger range here. Would it come up here and then reverse here? That's the only thing, because there are wicks above here, so it could, come up here, but need a good bearish finish, right? So USD CAD is working in line. GJ is working out of line, right? You can see now it's also moving bullish as USD CAD is moving bullish now. So GJ is one with the odd movements right now. Well, you could see GJ USD CAD all the way up here, push up all the way bullish all the way up here to close off the 2-hour candle here, right? So we could see a bullish engulfing candle here with the 2-hour close above here, and then potential tap here with the 1-hour tap here as well. And if GJ wants to work in line, it would reverse here and push all the way down here and close the 2-hour candle bearish. So this 2-hour candle can come all the way down here in this given hour right here, right? To close off the 2-hour candle, it can close bearish and push all the way down here, even past this, close bearish here, maybe tap it and kind of reject the 2-hour EMA and until the hour closes, and then maybe the next hour wick down here and then push back up here, right? Again, very, very, there's a high chance here that this candle right here, the 2-hour candle, can close bearish here. It's just that do we have enough room for the stop out here? And will the move happen the second half of the hour or this half of the hour? So these are the identifying, key identifying things that we have to react to and see. Right here, USD CAD comes with a bullish push. It's tapping the 50-minute EMA right now, so that's why I was retracing a bit. But we do have another 50-minute candle coming up, but certainly can push all the way up here, right? So these are, I believe, great setups. Unfortunately, we got stopped out earlier with USD CAD by 1.7 pips here. That was the difference here, right? And I only drew out this right here just to show you guys. And the reason why I re-entered is because it was such a nice setup, but just unfortunately got stopped out by 1.7, 1.8 pips. And now look at the push on USD CAD. It's a very nice push. And GJ likewise pushing down. Again, it can go all the way back down. Again, liquidity grab here. Odd close here before the 1 hour. And odd movement again. Was kind of going against, the inverse correlation with USD CAD in non-high fundamental, non-high impact fundamental events. So a lot of odd movement from GJ being observed here. But now it's complying here, and in that compliance is moving along where we expect it to, according to the analysis, according to the range, and according to even the higher time frames. And here comes USD CAD. So everything's moving in line now. You see, it's just a matter of when it will comply and if we'll be stopped out by then. But the range is still very much alive and very much in compliance. Now, again, you can see how the 2-hour can easily close bearish as the overall momentum is still bearish. And the reason why I took the sell stops and avoided the buy stops for the second setup for GJ. Let's see, but again, because the second hour, right, this current hour, which is the 2-hour close coming up, still has some time, right? So that's where it can wick and, maybe make those liquidity, grabs against, individuals here. But has GJ exhausted its, buying pressure here, or will it continue to, push further up? Hopefully we can get, this is the 1-hour candle. So if we can get the full push down on the 1 hour all the way down to the wick side here, then we're going to be very comfortable with our take profits here. You could certainly push down and look at USD CAD is working very well in line with how we would like it to. And here comes, GJ pushing down. All right, we got an important close here, 50-minute close here. So the 50-minute, if it closes above this 50-minute EMA on USD CAD, I mean, it can certainly continue to push up without, any more retracements in this area. And GJ, on the other hand, is approaching the 1 hour EMA very soon here, and could certainly come back down. So it's a good stop loss here because of 20 pips, since we had enough breathing room for even GJ to wick up here, right? And that's the reason why we can have, small stops, especially for GJ. For USD CAD, I mean, primarily 10 pips can be a small, stop loss, but generally not too small for a smaller range on USD CAD. But that, in fact, if it does go all the way up, I mean, that 1.7 pip, past our stop loss, I mean, would hurt. But again, if we can make it back, times 2 to 2 TPs here, I mean, we're going to be profitable on the USD CAD setups for the day. And if this GJ setup, here it comes a new 50-minute candle. If this GJ setup again does push down further as well, we'll break even on GJ for the day, right? So overall, we'll be profitable, right? All right, so the 50-minute candle opened up and USD CAD did close below. As you can see, USD CAD closed below, so it will continue to retrace and reject in this area. Where's the 5-minute EMA? Right there. And here comes GJ now, right at the 1 hour EMA mark now. And okay, now USD CAD is making a run for it to the downside. Close below the 50 minutes, so that's where I'm mentioning about the retracement here. And could it be respecting this range here, or is it gonna just reject here and then continue the push up here, right? I'm still looking at it pushing up here. We're right around the break-even point for USD CAD. And now GJ is rejecting the 1 hour EMA here. Oh, okay. So rejection from both ends. You can see here, still has not completed its, bearish push here potentially, right? But as I mentioned, the 2 hour close is coming, but it still has a decent amount of time left, right? In that time period, that's where you can see some movements against you. But let's see, the 2 hour again, the current 2 hour candle can also, it doesn't mean that it'll just wick up here before it pushes down in the last 10, 15, 20 minutes. It can also come down and push here and make it create a much larger bearish candle down, below the 2 hour EMA. So that's also possible, right? On the other hand, USD CAD, I still feel it has that bullish push. So looking for that. But here comes GJ again, making another attempt to cross the 1 hour EMA and push down. And on the 2 hour candle, you can see now the bearish momentum, right? As I was mentioning. And look at that right there. And here comes USD CAD as well. So reversal. So if anybody's not in USD CAD here, we're right around the break-even point. I mean, we're actually at the break-even point for GJ as well. So let's see again. Yeah, very good question. So I'm actually going to, once it reaches the 4 hour EMA, I will adjust the stops to break even. So, because that could be a sign of reversal here, but I'm going to hope that it reaches at least a 2 hour EMA. I mean, I'm thinking that GJ is going to push down past here. So the 2 hour candle the current 2-hour candle can push past and maybe close above the 2-hour EMA, and then the next candle push down, and then maybe we get the reversal here, right? But we'll see how that plays out. But I feel confident with this setup pushing all the way down, but I'll adjust my stops at the 4-hour EMA here. A nice push here. I mean, unless it's a strong bearish push, I'm going to let it run. But I'll definitely adjust it once it crosses the 4-hour EMA, stops to break even for GJ. And here comes USD CAD right back into profit. So again, this 2-hour candle I think is going to do the trick. And the 2-hour close, which is approaching in less than 41 minutes. But to adjust the stops at break even for a GJ wouldn't make sense. I'll rather close and profit whatever I have right now and let the trade go. But I wouldn't put the stops at break even, because now if it's making that bearish push, I'm going to let it run. And again, with the 2-hour candles here, you can see how much of a bearish run it has had. And it can certainly come down to the 2-hour EMA, which is our TP here. So here comes the push here. Very nice push. If anybody was patient with GJ, here's where patience pays with GJ. And USD CAD also is doing the reversal here. So now we could get a potential, as I mentioned, it would, if it was closing below the 50-minute EMA, it's going to do a retracement, but the next candle can certainly come up, push past that, and the next target would be the 30-minute EMA, and then we will look at the 1-hour and 2-hour EMAs to hit our TP2 targets. Right? So everything's moving in line right now. We are also, approaching the pre-New York session, and then New York opening will happen in 1 hour and 40 minutes. Here is GJ again. So it did cross the 1-hour EMA. So is it rejecting that? But again, the 2-hour candle can definitely close bearish here, right? You can see this full rejection here. What is this? I mean, it was almost 20 plus pips. Now it's 15 pips or so, but it can definitely close bearish here. It can definitely push bearish. And here comes USD CAD. Let me show the the 2-hour candle here. Yeah, so this again can go all the way bullish here. Still rejecting the 50-minute EMA. Okay, it's coming up. And we got another 50-minute close in 9 minutes. But I can certainly push all the way up here. Certainly strong push to the 30-minute EMA, this current candle. GJ is back in profit now. Need that strong push up now. But you can see how strong this zone is here. Like I'm just looking at GJ here. It's been really hard to break this level right here, which is the 181.570. It's been stuck here and just pushes all the way up 20 plus pips. Then comes down, then pushes back up 20 plus pips. And it has been ranging in that zone, but man, what a strong area here. It did break that once, in the hour preceding London opening, but let's see how this plays out. Again, it's right around the 1-hour EMA here. But look at all these wicks here. Didn't break that. Then it came down here, 2 wicks here, and then another 2 wicks here, and didn't break it to the downside. But could this be the one where it breaks down to the downside? But I'm looking at, the larger candle here, the 2-hour, looking at it closing bearish with the engulfing bearish candle. but we have about 37 minutes, and fake outs like this could appear before it makes the actual move. Now USD CAD is also again rejecting the 15-minute EMA. About 6 minutes left to close off another 15-minute candle. And could that do the trick and, jump out of that, jump over the EMA here? Let's see. Right, there you go. Yep, it is pushing to a 5-hour stream. And yes, GJ is not giving up. I mean, man, the patience now, right? It really battles, trading really battles with your patience here. And you can see now the patience of holding GJ, going back 20 pips, up, then down, then up, and being right around break even now, and looking for that bearish close with good considerations. I mean, looking at higher, EMAs, looking at the overall range, looking at overall momentum, looking at overall candle closures on the higher time frames. Everything is lining up with a bearish push, right? So that is what's making me hold. And of course, I will be adjusting my stops, but not too early, because then all that just holding it just, for me, again, especially if I do have confluences to support the hold, then it wouldn't make sense for me to, let go of the setup. That's exactly what I'm not willing to do. I mean, even on the 4-hour, you can see it's a clean, on the daily, sorry, you can see a clean push down here. It could certainly come down there. And I think here is making that break here. It may just make that break here. This current candle. Oh, there's no wick on the current 5-minute here, so it may reverse here. But will it make that push first? And USD CAD is reversing here as well. Oh, here might be the push. But again, no wick on the current 5-minute candle, so it could push back up before it comes down. But will it push up higher, towards the 5-minute EMA, or will it just create a wick and then come down? But even with the non-wick candle right now on the upper end, it could just push down here, and the reversal, once the 2-hour EMA hits, the reversal could come back up and fill it at a later time, right? Could we get that push? Okay, here we're getting that push, but okay, nice strong bearish push here. Nice. Approaching the 4-hour here. Nice. And here comes USD CAD as well. You can see the current candle has no wick on the upper end. Okay, here's a nice push. Nice. Okay, so very, very close to the 4-hour EMA for anybody holding. Again, you can make that judgment if you want to either hold all the way through or close in profit, or adjust your stops to break even. I'm going to adjust it once it crosses the 4-hour EMA, which is right here. Let me just adjust that. But nice push with no wick on the upside. It is now in about almost 10 pips profit. But nice push. Looking for that clean push. Continued push here. Nice. So you can see now the 4-hour EMA is very, very close. It's going to push here. And we have a 5-minute candle close coming in less than 2 minutes. But a clean ride down. And USD CAD is now a clean ride up. Perfect. This may very well be a profitable day, even with the stop outs. Okay, there you go. Okay. It's about to cross that 4-hour EMA. All right, there you go. So adjusting the stops at break even, guys. Adjusting the stops at break even. So this is a risk-free trade now at this point. Now, if it pushes down further, now we could get the full TP here, and I'm gonna let the runners run, right? So let's see. All right, so we have a new 5-minute candle coming up. Again, trade is in around, it was in 13 pips profit. Now it's about 11 and a half. Ooh, it's pushing back. But because the way that, the candle pushed down here, we could get a continuation downwards. And it's a 30-minute candle closure as well. So it can certainly push. Right? Anybody close GJ? Is anybody closing or close GJ in profit here? All right, here's the new 5-minute candle. And 30-minute candle and 15-minute candle. Look at the 2-hour candle here. So look how bearish it became, and that's why the bearish momentum still was a reality. And the 2-hour EMA is in line with our exact TP target here, right? Perfect placement here. And USD CAD is moving in line as well. And looking for a stronger push here. Let's look at the lower time frame here. So again, this current candle also has no wick. So this can definitely reverse here. But looking for another bearish push here. So we're about, what is it, 6 pips away, 7 pips away from our take profit here. Right, another bearish push here could do the trick here. And nice, look at this push, guys. So it is now tapping the 50-minute EMA, but this can be the candle that, pushes above. Even though it's retracing here, it's fine. This is a completely normal movement on USD CAD's part here. Yeah, this current candle could push up all the way to the 30-minute EMA. GJ, on the other hand, right? So that candle right here that pushed down here, even though it didn't, have a wick on the upper end, but it doesn't mean that it can't come back. A candle can't come back or price can't come back and fill that up at a later time, which is probably the case now. And we're going to be looking at GJ pushing down further here. And that's why I'm going to let runners run past the EMA tap here on the 2-hour here. Just need us, another strong bearish push here to, get to the TP target. So that'll be a nice close here for GJ. And here comes USD CAD. As I mentioned, this might be the break of the 50-minute EMA all the way to the 30-minute EMA above. So working perfectly in line with USD CAD. Unfortunate stop out of 1.7 pips earlier. And here comes GJ. Yeah, so the MT5, right? It that depends what the broker, right? So that's connected to a broker. So depending on the brokers will be slightly different. So you do have to be careful with that. And again, This is I'm using, I believe, the FXCM broker here. Their chart. Yeah, FXCM here. All right, here comes GJ. Nonetheless, if it's too different, then you know you might want to consider a change. But if it's not too different, it should be fine. And we are approaching the TP here. And now look at that push. So I did mention now this USD CAD candle has to push above the EMA to the 30-minute EMA. This current candle, it'd be a strong 2-hour finish. Would be right at the TP1 target. And again, the EMA is right in line with the TP target, right? So you can see how placement of stop loss and TP in line with EMA taps, in line with the top end of the range. Once everything aligns, the confidence increases with your setup, right? And if it eventually completes, I mean, that's just the icing on the cake, right? Ooh, okay. It may come back and fill up that wick faster than we anticipated, but let's see here. Like I mentioned, a lot of odd movements with GJ today. And this one is, nothing new of that. Here comes USD CAD making its way above that 50-minute EMA to the upside. Again, still looking for GJ to push down past the 4-hour EMA to the 2-hour EMA. Very, very possible here. Just hope this doesn't close out our break even, because this is setup that can definitely push down. But again, I'm not willing to go into drawdown with GJ again, right? So that's another thing, right? So we have to be assertive and strict with our adjustments and modifying our stops, and be content with that, right? It's okay, even if it comes back and stops. We're not allowing ourselves to go back and draw down. So for that, I wouldn't mind. And again, USD CAD is making that attempt to go above, but very slow progress here to break above that 50-minute EMA. We have another 15-minute candle coming in less than 9 minutes. And here is GJ making its way up here. Again, potential candle fill, early candle fill here. Potential, but even the current candle, oh, look at that. Look at that. Even the current candle has no wick on the downside here. But this may well just break even. Again, sudden movements like this, you can't really control, right? GJ's been moving like this too often than not today, and you just can't control it. I mean, how many pips are we in profit right now? What is like 3 pips in profit? Okay, it stopped out that early. It's 1.8 pips. Okay, so you gotta see which the broker. What's the stop? The spread. Do you have a high spread account? See, this is where it starts. It really affects these setups, right? The spread can really affect the setups here overall, because as you can see, like, I haven't been stopped out, but because you got stopped out. Now, if this goes all the way back down, I hit TP and you got stopped out, right? So you really gotta make sure of spread. I think that's one of the underlying factors of of a trade being stopped out too early because of spread, and for the other trader, it may be running all the way down to TP, right? I think that's a critical thing when you're choosing a broker. I'm not sure if it's a prop firm. Okay, so one. Okay, yeah. So it's definitely a broker on that end because actually no, it did go up to 1 point. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so 1.1 pip is my broker, right? But again, I chose to go with the low spread account because I rather pay more in commission than go for a high spread account. But that's a tight finish. But again, not willing to go and draw down, right? So if that's the test that you had to face here in terms of not allowing yourself to go and draw down, then I guess that's the battle that we had to face, right? So one stop out, I guess, and then one where we break even. Not sure if you're in the USD CAD setup, but this is a setup that's very probable, and we have a 2-hour close coming in less than 20 minutes. So again, USD CAD is still battling with the upside, but very odd movements. Again, this is not something that I would see normally with GJ, especially if it's moving bearish. There's an EMA tap approaching. Very odd movements, especially above here as well. Right, with the 1-hour close above, then pushing down, and then a huge push down with no wick on that candle on the upper end, and then this whole just push up here. This very odd movement. Look at USD CAD now. Nice, beautiful push. As I mentioned, everything is working in line with USD CAD. This is going to push all the way down, and this could be a TP setup. And again, it's unfortunate that some of you guys may have been stopped out because of that spread. Spread is a killer here. But choosing a low spread account, I think, is probably one of the best things I've done. Yeah, looking at USD CAD. So this is still a clean setup. Looking for the TP2 target here. But wow, has this 15-minute EMA been strong here to hold USD CAD for that long, and to for the price to reject it. But I believe this current 50-minute candle can break above, and we are closing in less than 4 minutes here. And GJ is still alive for some of us, and pushing down. But you can see it'll be very unfortunate if this hits TP now, and some of you guys are getting stopped out because of this odd movement on GJ. Unfortunately, I have no control over that. And yeah, this used to hurt me as well early on, but when I chose a low spread account with any broker that I went with, it really did change things. But nonetheless, let's see the setup as well, right? The adjustments of the stop loss, right? So I would like to mention that is that if price came back and because of spread, it stopped you out. What I would like to mention is, again, our original stop loss was all the way up here, right? So you have to make the declaration of why you're adjusting the stop loss. I mentioned because I could see price coming back and draw down, because I did allow the price to come back and draw down multiple times here. 1, 2, I mean, look at all these rejections to the upside again. So I did allow it. Why did I allow it? It's because I still believed in the overall setup of the bearish momentum on GJ. right, with the higher time frames. And so I allowed it too many times and it dragged on, and this current price that pushed down, once it crossed the 4 hour, I wasn't ready to allow myself to see myself in drawdown. But if you were, you could have left the stop loss, maybe 10 pips instead of 20 pips stop loss, adjusted to half the amount. And you can only lose half the amount now, half the percentage. And then the rest ride down, right? But the overall strategy, the overall range would still be valid in this case, right? So that's the important point I want to mention is the strategy, the range aspect is still valid, right? We have adjusted the, stops, but if you were, let's say, to leave the stops at the 20 pip mark as it was originally, you would be very well in drawdown right now, and could potentially close in profit or potentially let the trade run. But again, I made my judgment call because I was not willing to hold on the trade again in drawdown after all those stints in drawdown, hours in drawdown, I would say. All right, here comes the push from GJ, and here you go. As I mentioned, the 50-minute candle should close above, working very well in line, and is going to potentially tap the 30-minute EMA, which again, on the 2-hour time frame, you can see that it's very well in line with the previous candles on the 2-hour time frame here. And then TP1 would be hit once it reaches the 30-minute EMA. So perfectly working in line. USD CAD is, and now GJ, look at this. Look at this push now. And now we're in the last 50 minutes before the 2-hour close. So we can again see the 2-hour coming down to tap the 2-hour EMA. So we're working very well in line. Okay, let's push that. Alrighty. All right, here comes the push. And you can see the reason why I drew this horizontal raise, you can see the stop out that happened. 1.67 pips and stopped out, right? So again, normally I wouldn't re-enter, but the trade setup was just so clean and I could not avoid it. And this is a potential 2 TP setup, by the way. Right, and here comes GJ. Right to the 4-hour EMA now. And looking to push down past that. It daily looks clean to the downside, but looking for the 2-hour to close. And so the current 2-hour candle, which is this one right here, looking for this current candle, which is going to close in 13 minutes to push down and at least tap the 2-hour EMA, right? That would be our TP1 target. And I'm going to let the runners run. All right, here comes the push from GJ. Need one more strong push here. We're going to get a 5-minute candle opening in 2 minutes. And here is USD CAD here. So I did mention, we might get a pickup of volume and before it makes all, just this unnecessary, spikes above. Before that, it may take, ride until all the way to the last, 10, 15 minutes to make the full complete push. But you can see again, even if stops weren't adjusted, stop loss wasn't adjusted to break even, this still would have been a valid, the 20 pips to the TP would have reached, prior to price reaching the stop loss, or if it does even reach the stop loss, right? So the strategy is still in line even when we hit the stops, right? That's the powerful thing about the system. And here is the USD CAD making the push to TP1. So we might hit both TPs on this setup. And again, the two stop losses, the two stop outs, sorry, would break even with the two wins here. And then I'm looking for runners running on GJ, and I'm looking for USD CAD to hit TP2, which would be a profitable day. All captured live and all within London session. And that's how amazing this Monday would be. Rather, if I left it at what it was, but because the setups were so clean and through experience and observation over years now, I've seen this over and over and over again. That's why I had the confidence to re-enter these trades with the minimal objection. All right, so another 5-minute candle, and I'm expecting this 5-minute candle to burst down here and push down and bleed all the way down to the 2-hour EMA here. Again, if GJ is going to continue to play games here, it could spike all the way up and then down, but this looks very certain that this 2-hour candle is not only going to close below this wick here, but it's going to tap the EMA and push down, and maybe wick and reject it before the 2-hour closes, but at least it'll capture our TP1. And USD CAD here is making another attempt here. Yep, it's making another attempt to get to the TP1 target, which is the 30-minute EMA. And let's see how that goes. You can see now, look at this. Look at this odd movement here. No wick. Last two candles, no wick on the downside. And it could push all the way back up. But it's right now tapping the 4-hour EMA. But movements like this can ruin the whole setup, right? So got to be very, very careful here. All right, so again, I'm seeing this, this bullish push here on GJ, which is just, very random at this point, because now we're looking at the 2-hour EMA down here, not far off. I mean, how far were we off from the 2-hour EMA, which is about overall 5 pips to TP, but 4.5 pips to the EMA. Now it's coming back down. Now let's see. Are we going to get that push? Okay, here we're getting that push now. Let's see. 8 minutes left to the close off the 2-hour candle. Here, where's the 2-hour candle for USD CAD? Right there. So again, we can definitely get that push in the next 8 minutes. So we can definitely get TP1 before the hour closes and the 2-hour closes. And we can definitely get this tap here. I mean, now it went even closer now. About 3.5 pips. Yeah, 3.5 pips to TP now for GJ. So again, I don't mind closing early, but because of the bearish momentum, I know it's going to cross that right there. It's about to, right there. Again, unfortunate that some of you guys got stopped out or that break even, since adjusting the stop loss, but it does not invalidate the strategy itself, right? The range system still applies, but I would still say that breaking even on GJ, especially when it was moving like this and could have came right back in drawdown, was a good safeguard here, right? And again, look how GJ is moving again. It's so close to the EMA. How close was it early? Around was it 2 hours ago here? 1 pip away, and now look at it again. It was 2 pips away, and now look how it's pushing against. So just odd movements in the last few minutes prior to the 2-hour close, and it's going to move like that. And USD CAD now is making the push, an attempt to TP1. So I can definitely see that, that hit in TP1 prior to the 2-hour close here, and GJ making that move as well. Right there. Right there. I can certainly push past it as well. Nice push by USD CAD here. Again, right to the 30-minute EMA. We got 6 minutes left. See, now the way that GJ is moving now, it's making me consider to just close out everything at this point and not have to, be frustrated with the bullish, run that may go all the way up and in fact stop me out as well, and me losing out on all this, profit here. But again, I feel confident the 2-hour EMA can be tapped this time. It's very, very close. The 2-hour close now is less than 6 minutes left. It certainly can get down there. Here comes another candle. So the last 5-minute candle to close out the hour. Can this be the one? And here USD CAD comes as well, making an attempt to push to the 30-minute EMA and get me to the TP1 target. Here's GJ. All right, here comes GJ. All right, nice push from USD CAD as well. And here comes GJ to tap the 2-hour. I mean, look how close that is. It continues to play games right at there. It's less than 3 pips. All right, about to hit TPs on both ends at the same time, and this is called the perfect inverse correlation right here, where both are about to hit TP1 at the same time. I mean, this is why I trade these two pairs, right? Perfect. But GJ continues to pull away. I mean, it was literally 1 pip away, 1.5 pips away from tapping the 2-hour EMA, which it nearly did, a couple hours ago as well, in the previous close or near the previous close. USD CAD is very close as well, so we got 3 minutes shy of closing the 2-hour candle. So again, what could happen here is that the 2-hour closes above the EMA, right? And then the new 2-hour candle, will push down, create a wick, and then reverse. So I will be looking for reversals here if these work in line with, with the TP hits here. All right, USD CAD may hit the TP here. For USD, oh wow, look at that. Look at this. Look at this push by GJ. Like, look at this. Just in the last minutes of the close, it makes sudden jumps here. In fact, this jump was almost a 9 pip jump, as opposed to moving just less than a pip to tap the EMA. You see? These are the type of movements that GJ will do to avoid, kind of getting to the TP hits. But these abnormalities in the markets, I mean, you can't really control, right? There's manipulation, there's liquidity dumps, liquidity grabs. All right, Let's see. USD CAD is making that push now. GJ. And this has really been an interesting ride in this, 20 pip TP, or this hunt for the 20 pip, TP here from GJ. So again, I'm going to hold on for the setups again into the new 2-hour candle. But you can see how GJ is moving. Again, I'm looking to close out everything if it just continues to do this. Look at that. Right before the 2-hour close, it's just rushing to the upside here. Right, so instead of going 1 pip below, it went 10 pips above. Normally, I would close a few pips below here, but because it's so close and the EMA tap is almost so certain, I didn't close here. But again, I may look to close here. Look at that opening here. Look at that opening going all the way up here. Now, instead of going 1 pip down, you can see now it went at least 12 pips up, or 11 pips up now. And continues to. Now, here's a 2-hour candle here now. So we'll continue bearish here. This might be another bearish push here, attempt to tap the EMA here. All right, this might be the candle to push. And look at USD CAD as well. No wick on the top end of the candle, so it can definitely come up. And this would just, tap the 30-minute EMA and the TP at the same time, pretty much. And to just about 10 pips in profit right now. Came right back, and now it's pushing down. And USD CAD must flip here as well. So you can see now, just looking for the 2-hour EMA tap. 4-hour is being tapped right now. That's why it's retracing a bit. But this current candle can definitely come and push down. Again, guys, I did mention I am looking for the reversal for GJ. So I'll be looking for longer term buys once it crosses this EMA and dumps below and reacts over here, right? So somewhere over here, I'll set the buy stops, but I'm not going to mention that during the stream just because I think we've had enough setups for today. At least for London session. And New York session, again, I think I'm pretty much okay now since I did set up, I did anticipate the USD CAD buys here. Unfortunately, got stopped out by 1.7 pips, but now we're back in action here. And I will be looking for the reversals here as well, right? But these are setups that I won't be talking on the stream, but I will be looking for as they have legitimacy behind it, right? Okay. Now GD is again moving down here. Again, this is the candle I believe that can push down and cross that EMA. But it's been a battle with GJ. Wow. Look at the bearish momentum here. So that's the good part of that. But it's been really a battle to just get these 20 pips here to secure TP1. for GJ. Again, this might be the push here. Will this be the one? And here comes USD CAD. So everything's working in line right now. What is it? We are about 5 pips away. From the EMA and from the target, 6 pips away. Less than 6 pips away. Oh boy, this has been just quite magical. All right. What are we going to do, GJ? Are we going to tap the 2-hour EMA this time or not? Let's see. All right, we have a new 5-minute candle coming. Now, will that push down or will it push up? And it continues to wick, right? So such a strong support area here where it just continues to reject, right? Now, we have a new 5-minute candle. Now, could that be the one? Here it comes. All right, here's another bearish push here from GJ. Does it push past or not? Here comes USD CAD. All right, I think GJ will, this one will be it. This is the candle that will push it. Can we get a complete push? Yeah, GJ has been just acting very strange here, very odd here. I mean, it is, you can see slight ranges here, but just the odd movements, even the minute before the 2-hour candle, again, is, let's see. I mean, what it will do, though, is once it does push all the way down, it's definitely going to push down heavy, I think much below the 2-hour EMA, and then I'll look for the reversals, right? And I can close my runners as well. But it's just making me, I think, close all of it right now, 100% of the trade for where it is right now. Just because of the odd movement here and just not the complete push down. And again, USD CAD now, it's kind of relaxed here as well. I'm just not giving enough push here. Again, I did feel that with the 2-hour opening, you know, it would really push down, which it did, but and push down past the 2-hour EMA, which it still can, but it's just exhausting selling pressure here. Look at all the wicks being created on the 5-minute time frame here, on the 15-minute, 30-minute, 1 hour even. With the candle that has come down, it's going to push, you know, much past it here, but just a matter of being patient here. But I wouldn't even say if you did cut out all the profit here, you would be impatient here. It's just the trade just, you know, seems to be wobbling on either end. It's just, you know, very odd. It's I mean, it was 1 pip away here, even earlier, the 2-hour EMA just doesn't want to be tapped. And again, the way GG's been moving today, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it comes all the way back up, stops at break even, and then comes down as well. Right? The break even point is a very strong level. Though again, we are, 18 pips below right now, or 17, 18 pips below that. So I do anticipate that it can push down, but we got another 5-minute candle coming. Still waiting for USD CAD as well. All right, this 5-minute candle, or where's the 5-minute candle? Right here. This may, or the next one may do the trick. All right, here may be the push. All right, new 5-minute candle, no wick on the downside. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if it pushes all the way back up. That's just how GG's been doing today. Look at that. Right, wicks on the downside and bullish pressure. And now USD CAD is pushing down. Look at that. All right, let me just see how many pips we are in profit. I may just close out this setup because this may come up and break even before it pushes down here. So we're about 10 pips halfway in profit right now. We have a 50-minute candle close coming. So I'm looking to wait for the 50-minute candle close. But I'm watching every minute now till that 50-minute candle close coming. But let's see here. So 3 minutes shy of the 50-minute candle close. Okay, it's pushing up here. You can see this wicks on the downside for USD CAD, so USD CAD can definitely come back up. No, GG on the other hand, it can definitely go back down, but definitely want to capture some pips. If it indeed does come to stop us out. I'm looking to capture more pips and just close out this trade altogether, because now it's really getting to New York session now. All right, so just a couple minutes left to the 50-minute candle close. So looking to see GJ pushing, continuing the push down, and USD CAD pushing back up here. And, finally getting the TPs here. All right, less than a minute left to close the 50-minute candle. And this may do the trick. Let's see. So it's kind of closing right at the 4-hour EMA mark. Right there, the 4-hour EMA. Trying to push down here, but you can see now it could come up here, and that's why I'm considering closing. I mean, if I close right now, I'm closing about 12 pips, almost 12 and a half pips, but waiting for the 50-minute candle to close to see how the new one opens up. And if it appears to me that it's going to open up bullish, I may consider closing everything. And indeed, it's coming up bullish. Just looking to see if we get a bullish or bearish in a reversal here. Oh, USD CAD is coming down with the pressure here. But again, for USD CAD here, like you can see, there's no wick on this previous candle here, so it can come in and fill that up. And of course, the 30-minute EMA is right above here as well. So have good certainties to hold out USD CAD. And we'll be adjusting the stops at TP1 for USD CAD, unless I feel unconvinced of the whole setup for USD CAD here. But I certainly see that it can come and tap the EMAs and then reverse to the upside here. Meanwhile, GJ, on the other hand, can do the same thing here, right? So as GJ is coming down to tap the 5-minute and 50-minute EMA and potentially reverse, I'm looking at GJ. So USD CAD can reverse at the EMAs here. And at the same time, GJ can reverse here and push down. Okay, another 5-minute close coming in under 3 minutes. As you can see, we nearly tapped the EMAs, but reverse from there. And this could be a clean 30-minute candle push up all the way to TP1, and then TP2 would be the end. And now GJ did a fake out here, reversing here, and we're going to get another 5-minute candle close in under 2 minutes. But again, I am mentioning that I'm looking for GJ reversals, right? Once it crosses the 2-hour EMA, pushes past down, past the EMA to the downside, At that point, I'll start looking for reversals. I may not enter until after New York session opening. And likewise, for USD CAD, I'm looking for the 2-hour and 1-hour EMA tap, and then looking to have some sell-offs, to the downside for USD CAD. Perfect here. Stops already at break even for USD CAD. Looking to push down to, so currently it's at the 4-hour EMA, looking for it down to push down to the 2-hour EMA, which we've been waiting for, quite some time. But again, if it does not do that, I'm looking to close out where the price is right now, right, and capture at least 9 to 10 pips, or potentially more, or slightly less. For USD CAD now, we are in the setup in profit and looking for price to tap the 30-minute EMA, which is also going to get us a TP1 here, right? And that could be this current candle here. So this current 50-minute candle can push all the way back up. Roll this all the way back up and capture the TP1 and then the TP2 target, towards the 1-hour EMA. Now we have the 5-minute opening. It's kind of consolidating in this zone here, right here. All right, one bearish push here can do the trick, and one bullish push for USD CAD can do the trick. Now you can see also that USD CAD can be ranging in this zone here. And so price could come up all the way up here as well, right? Before it comes back down, it can reach up there. All right, now showing strong signs of it pushing up. Oh, well, look at that. So I may just close instantly here. If we don't get a reversal here, I may just close out here. All right, small reversal sign here. Let's see. All right, so I may come up to fill up this non-candle wick here. So non-candle wick and the EMA tap here. And I mentioned above as well to the other EMA as well. So let me put a stop here. What is it at? What, 4.5 pips? All right. There is a 2-minute wait for the next 5-minute candle. So I'm thinking of closing at the next 5-minute candle. Yeah, this is definitely gonna come up. Okay, guys, I'm gonna close out right here. Just do not like how GJ is moving here, so it's gonna stop me out. I'd rather close in profit. So this trade is closed out. 3 pips, right? You can see just was not giving us enough breathing room, and USD CAD is still open. So USD CAD is still open, and GJ has been closed out, right? Exactly. Yeah. So GJ looking for the gap fill here and potentially tapping the 5-minute EMA, but you can also see here that this range could be in play as well, right? Right here. And so what happens is once it reaches here, you could see on the higher time frame, let me show you 15-minute. You can see by that time, the 50-minute EMA can reach here. And then we can get the push down. By that time, the 2-hour EMA may reach around here. And once price reaches in this area here, maybe a slight push down. At that point, I'll be setting some buy stops here for the move back up. Right? So that's the little, bonus setup that I'll be looking at. And even as the sell off here at this point. So again, if you follow the rules, you may cash those moves, but nonetheless, no over trading. And USD CAD is still being held, not adjusting the stops. And I'm looking to tap the 30-minute EMA with TP1 for USD CAD. But GJ otherwise, just odd movements today, as I explained. You can see it's going to come up to fill up the non-wick candle here, and then the EMA tap as well. Could slightly retrace, and then continue all the way up to tap this top end of the range, along with the 15-minute EMA above here, which can reach down here by that time. It reaches above. Right, and here's USD CAD. So that's the setup right now. Yes, the gap fell, correct, exactly. For GJ now, sorry, I was talking about the candle, the wick fill here, but in large part, yeah, it can definitely come up and fill up that non-candle wick. Sorry, not the candle wick, the gap fill here, but at the same time, we could also see a push down to tap the EMA and then push slightly down here before it comes back up here. But GJ is closed out for me, so that was an interesting ride for GJ. With us trading that throughout London session, all the way up to up to this point now, which is half an hour prior to New York opening. But USD CAD is what I'm looking at right now as I'm active in the setup and looking to hit TP1 and then TP2. And that would bring me into a profitable day with the larger setups in mind. And yep, that would be all. But again, yeah, we'll see how GJ fares here. But USD CAD, I am looking to TP1. But this trade is going to continue to drag on. Let's see if we can capture something during the stream. Again, I would probably stay for the stream if this was just my first or second setup, but because we've had multiple setups here for the day, more than 2 setups, at that point, it's going to drag on. That trade's going to drag on, and I feel I'm just going to take a break from the stream right now. So what we'll do now is we'll close off the stream here, guys. So again, USD CAD is still active setup here. So I'm looking for the full setup here. And at that point, it's making a push right now. So let's see if we can capture this setup here. So it's 30-minute candles closing as well. Yeah, so we might just get this push here to tap us into TP1. But nonetheless, yeah, if we capture the TP2 setup here, right? So the 2 TP setup here, with the GJ win, we'll have a profitable day, even though the fact that, how the day started with stop outs, ending us, in a profitable setup would be an amazing day, even if it was a break even, considering getting 2 stop outs early on. So not bad. And at that same time, I have mentioned now overall the larger setups that I'm looking at forming as well. That could be in New York session, or could be maybe Asian session into pre-London tomorrow. Let's see how the markets move along. And again, but be cautious with the setups this week. We may not have too many volatile movements today, but we did have some odd movements from GJ, which is the reason why I stopped out in profit early on. And there's some just earlier moves that stopped out some of you guys as well. But be careful and cautious with trading this week because of the uncertainty with the Israel war with Palestine. So yes, that along with bundle with a lot of fundamental high impact fundamental events for USD, for GBP, amongst other pairs. So I'm gonna let this trade ride, and we'll come back and revisit this in tomorrow's stream. And I'll let you guys know how this trade ran, and you guys can also figure it out as well. And yes, interesting day, no doubt. I will see you guys tomorrow. And again, as always, safe trading. Take care. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.